right. Good evening, folks. Before we start, the City Council just met on one closed session item, and there is nothing to report out at this time. Thank you for joining us and viewing the December 6th meeting of the Arcata City Council. This council meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting with both in-person attendance and teleconference access via Zoom. Our first item this evening is a land acknowledgement. The City of Arcata acknowledges that the lands that we are located on are the unceded ancestral lands of the Wiyot people. The land that Arcata rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Gudini, meaning over in the woods or among the redwoods. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments remove the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from their land and threaten to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Arcata acknowledges the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement seeks to aid in dismantling the legacy narratives of settler colonialism. If you would like to, please join for the flag salute. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Atkins Salazar.
Here.
Councilmember White.
Here.
Councilmember Stillman is absent, but we do have a quorum.
If you wish to make comment this evening during either of the two open public comment periods or for an individual agenda item, there are three ways to do so. If you are here in person, please line up behind the podium when the item you would like to speak on is accepting comment. If you're logged onto Zoom, you can click raise your hand when it is time for public comment on the item you wish to speak. Or if you are on your phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when it is your turn, you will be prompted to dial *6 to unmute yourself. For each item, we will take in-person public comment first, then move to online comments. We will not be going back and forth, so if you want to comment, please line up at the podium or raise your electronic hand as soon as public comment is being requested for that item. Okay, so this takes us into our next item this evening, which is ceremonial matters. We have one proclamation this evening in recognition of Human Rights Awareness Month, which is the month of December 2023. And we have Jim Glover here to receive it. And so in recognition of Human Rights Awareness Month, whereas the United Nations Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in December 1948, and whereas while Humboldt County represents a small, mostly rural population, we must act to change the climate within our control to strive to uphold and defend the rights of free speech. And whereas local organizations, agencies, departments, elected officials, and public servants choose a path that acknowledges peace, harmony, and human rights for all. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata recognizes December 2023 as Human Rights Awareness Month and encourages all residents to educate themselves about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to value the privileges and freedoms we enjoy in our diverse society, and to promote engagement in causes that promote the rights and welfares of all members of our community, especially among our youth. During this time, we advocate for special civic engagement to occur, for personal reflection to take place, for continued efforts to educate the public, and for a community effort to use kindness instead of hate, regardless of personal perceptions and political views. Dated December 6th, 2023, and signed by myself. So Jim, if you want to come up, I'll pass this off to you, and thank you for being here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. I wish to accept the proclamation, which we really appreciate, on behalf of the Humboldt County Human Rights Commission. Even more importantly, I accept on behalf of all the citizens of our communities. Several of the whereases in the proclamation noted our society's struggle to discuss anything difficult with respect and sincerity. This difficulty with civil discourse may have national implications, but it is something we confront in our very local daily lives. One step we can take is to acknowledge our individual part in discussing these difficulties with people of differing views, while still maintaining civility. In late February, at the Sequoia Conference Center, the Human Rights Commission, in cooperation with the League of Women Voters, will conduct a forum on hate speech versus free speech. We hope anyone with thoughtful ideas to contribute will join us or offer ideas in advance of this public gathering. Thanks again for acknowledging the ongoing work needed to protect human rights of all our friends and neighbors, even those with whom we disagree. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item this evening will be early oral communications. And so the council values your comments, and this is a 15-minute period that allows people to address the council on matters not on the agenda. Know that pursuant to the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss or take action on items that are not posted on the listed on the posted agenda, and at the end of oral communications, the council may respond to statements. Supported requests that require council action will be set for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. There will also be time for comment on each specific agenda item, and again, at the end of the meeting under item number 12. So if you are here to comment, please make your way to the podium, or if you are on Zoom, raise your Zoom hand or press *9 if you're calling in. All right, you will have 2 minutes, and so if you want to just make your way to the podium, we'll take our comments.
Good evening, council, staff, people here, people there, people everywhere. My name is Joanne McGarry, and I am here all the time speaking, and I really care about our town. I really do. I also care about our world, and I know we're discussing climate action later on, and that's a very global issue, as is so many other issues that we think global, act local. This human rights issue, the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, really important document, really important history, really important for us to embrace the beauty of an international document that was created in a post-war setting. Eleanor Roosevelt was one of the people who created that. I had the opportunity to get a hold of a book that was published, a small little book in 2010 called Time for Outrage by Stefan Hessel, who was also one of the people involved in this Declaration of Human Rights. And I encourage all of us to, on this 75th anniversary, really look back at what that Human Rights Declaration meant. It's really important history. So that brings me to, I'm going to address some other stuff hopefully at the end of the meeting that is of concern to all of us. But, you know, this is Arcata, but you know what? We're all connected to the big, beautiful world of humanity. So we need to remember that we all belong to each other no matter where we are on the planet. And that involves climate change and political issues and other issues. So I will be speaking on different issues throughout the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Paul Patino, Arcata. You know, you had a meeting a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, and you decided not to, or didn't vote on a resolution to call for a ceasefire. And I think you need to reconsider that. Keep it simple. Just a ceasefire, no conditions. Stop killing people. Just ask for that publicly as a city in the name of your residents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker, please.
My name is Linda Goff Evans. I live in McKinleyville. I am a member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and I'm here to thank the City Council as well as the Human Rights Commission for acknowledging and adopting the resolution in support of the 75th anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights. That document has been translated into hundreds of languages and is used as the standard for which people can determine whether their rights are being respected or not. And so it's really important that we all, as citizens of this planet, make ourselves aware of what the content is. It's an amazing and dynamic document, and it's very relevant today, 75 years after it's being adopted. I want to read just a paragraph from the Secretary General of the UN. The commitment of the UN to human rights stems from the organization's founding charter. Got to take a breath, excuse me. The international community has a duty to uphold and defend these rights. Let us ensure that those people who need most their rights protected are made aware that this declaration exists and that it exists for them. Let us each do our part to make these universal rights a living reality for every man, woman, child, everywhere. Thank you.
Speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. I'm Fred Wise. A week ago, November 28th, Council and the Commission had a joint study session. The public might not have known about it because the schedule was posted on Thanksgiving weekend and there was not an email to the public about it. The evening included a workshop on general plan vision statement. The agenda said that the Council and Commission would discuss the vision statement, but there was nothing on the agenda that said that there would actually be a workshop. I appreciated the workshop and being in attendance there. The attendance was slim. I was there, Joanne McGarry was there, Jim Becker and Patricia Cambianica were there for the beginning and then left. They were there because I asked them to be there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. That was it. I appreciated the council members, Councilmember Atkins Salazar and others pointing out that we can't use the word ensure in a vision statement. We can strive for things, we can work towards things, we can be aware of, but we can't ensure something happening. I appreciate you making that distinction. There's a list in the vision statement, and I know this is a draft, and I look forward to us all working on it. There's a list that says, no one is disadvantaged because of race, religion, social position, economic position, culture, background, or other socially defined circumstances. Missing on this list is a person's age or a person's disabilities, which I'm sure you'll be added. The vision statement starts out, Arcata is a community that prioritizes, and then lists conservation, prosperity, health and safety and community well-being, equity, connection, and community. What's missing is housing. We need to strive for housing. Thank you.
Fred, do we have anybody waiting online to comment this evening?
I don't see any online early oral communications.
Right. That takes us to our next section of the agenda, which is the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There's no separate discussion of any of these items, and if discussion is required, that item is removed from the consent calendar and can be considered separately. At the end of the reading of the consent calendar, council members or members of the public can request that an item be removed for separate discussion. Item A, approve the minutes of the City Council meeting of November 15th, 2023. Item B, biweekly report on disbursements. And item C, award a contract in the amount of $72,585 to GHD Incorporated to provide environmental and monitoring services for the Little Lake Industries site cleanup project and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. Are there any council members that would like to remove an item from consent? I'm going to pull item C.
Like to pull item B.
Okay, so we're pulling C and B. Any members of the public that would like to pull an item, make your way to the podium so people can hear you speak into the microphone.
C.
C has been pulled already.
Item A, please.
Okay. There we go. That's the whole thing. All right. That'll take us then to item A. So if you'd like to make a comment on item A, please, I will invite you to the podium.
Thank you. I'm Fred Wise. I have 10 copies of what I'm saying here, which we passed out. To me, there's errors of omission and incorrect phrases in the minutes, which I feel is important to see corrected. I emailed you on this. I have a block of text that can be just pasted in there. I took pains to not put my bias in there, but just have a factual account. For one, there's no mention of the city attorney who spoke at that meeting. I think that's important to note. One speaker, Greg King, was omitted. But in a larger sense, and before I go further, I want to reinforce, this is not a critique of our city clerk. I think very highly of our city clerk. I just wanted to make things more accurate. The draft minutes use the phrase, people spoke against abandoning the Gateway Area Plan. That phrase is not really what people were speaking on. No one was speaking about abandoning the Gateway Plan. The staff report said that it could be retained or dissolved if it were incorporated into the general plan. That's the discussion, was whether to retain it as is or fold it all into the general plan, but not to abandon it. So I have a change of words on that. The minutes list a second group of people who, quote, spoke in favor of extending some or all of the Gateway Area Plan policies throughout the city, unquote. There's enormous difference between some and all. I think that distinction be made as to who said what. I cleaned that all up also in the draft that I gave you. I communicated this with the city manager, the mayor, and the vice mayor, and actually all the council. There are two reasons why I'm requesting this. One is for accuracy, and the second is that I'm considering filing a notice with the Fair Political Practices Commission on the events of that evening, and specifically on the written staff report. In the view of people I've spoken with, the staff report was an attempt to circumvent a previous FPPC ruling. As such, I think the minutes should be accurate. Otherwise, that'll have to be included in the FPC notice also. You're welcome to accept, modify, or reject what I supplied. As I said, I tried to make it as clear and factual as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
Can I say
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm glad I actually brought this up because we're talking about the protocol manual today, so I did a little bit of a deep dive in the protocol manual. First, I looked at the Brown Act, and the Brown Act does not really make any kind of opinion on minutes. It says that, I have it like in the notes for the protocol manual, but in our protocol manual, it basically says preparation of minutes, that's what the city clerk is responsible, preparation of minutes. And it also says the city clerk is directed to publish notice and post agendas, and really nothing about any kind of protocol of the ways that our minutes are taken down and disseminated. So, I mean, there's just really, we don't have any kind of rules or reason to our board minutes right now. Is that correct? So,
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as to that issue, the Brown Act, and we'll talk about this, I think it'll come up in both presentations, but fundamentally, the Brown Act lays minimum requirements. If the council wishes to impose anything specific that's important to you to have as part of your protocols, then you can establish that type of rule. The general rule associated with the minutes, as with the agenda, is that you need to provide accurate information to reflect what is either going to be discussed or what was previously discussed. Your practice is to have action minutes, which is general discussion of what was said. There's no requirement for it to be verbatim. There's no requirement for you to really attest to the, usually it comes down to a matter of opinion in terms of what the language actually states related to the minutes. So the current practice is perfectly in line with the Brown Act and your current manual. You can always make changes, but other than that, it's really just to give a feel for what was said. And it's not what I'll contrast it with is a transcript, like at a court hearing. That's not what it's intended to be. And the good thing is that you also memorialize and document what happened at the meeting through the recording. So there really shouldn't be concerns about the specific language being used.
Oh, go ahead, Doug.
No, I just want to add one more thing, just on the issue of what was on the agenda last time. So when we were talking about, I think because Gateway's at the center, hopefully you can hear me, Gateway's at the center of a lot of discussions. The discussion that was agendized is whether or not to take those items and then to fold them into the general plan. There was no discussion about Gateway itself other than the elements going into a larger general plan and having it applied more broadly. So there was no action that was being asked to be taken, on Gateway itself, no action to change Gateway. It's to say, take some of these elements and put it into your general plan, because we were at a kind of a crucial funding point and a natural point with our environmental review, and it was the natural point if we're going to go in a different direction to go in that different direction. So the only part of it was whether or not to take those items, take a step back and apply it on a broad base, or whether or not to continue down the path of just having Gateway go on its own, which then means that all the conflicts of interest issues would apply to those discussions unless the FPPC comes to a different conclusion. So, so with that, I just want to be really clear. What we were talking about in that discussion was about the general plan. And Gateway was only relevant in the sense of some of the policies being applied broadly to the city, so.
Great, so I'd like to make a motion to approve item A, approve the minutes of the City Council meeting of November 15th, 2023.
Can I add, though, I would like to amend if we did leave out any speakers, if there is a name that needs to be added. If Greg King does need to be added, I would like that amendment to be made to include that name in the record.
That sounds great, and I will second that.
All right, so we had a motion with my amendment. That was seconded. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. That takes us to item B. Councilmember White, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. A constituent had asked about the status on the program that you were speaking about, Tabitha, where you could go online and if you got curious, you could see what's happening on the budget real time. So they're just wanting to know what the status was on that.
Okay, sorry. I'm new to this. So I was actually working on that particular document today, and I got caught not getting something fixed that I wanted to, but it should be posted in the next day or two. I will tell you that we are not at a point where the individual transactions at this level are going to be there, but that is probably something in the next calendar year that will be available. So I will send the city council an email when that's available and a link to it, and that way you can look at it yourself and also pass it on to whoever might be interested, because I'm kind of excited somebody actually cares.
Thank you for that information.
Any other further questions or discussions on item B?
No, I'll make a motion to approve item B, biweekly report on disbursement, and I care too. Yeah, Tabitha.
We care.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor on item B?
Did
Aye.
we do public comment?
Oh, aye.
Do we do public comment if a council member pulls it? Okay, all right, so do we have any public comment on item B before we vote on disbursements?
Listen to the video because I really couldn't hear Tabitha, but I appreciate this being taken off the consent calendar, explained by her. Thank you.
Yes, we will keep you updated once we know when that software is ready. All right, now we have a motion and a second. Any other public comment? None online? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
There we go. Item B passes unanimously. That takes us to item C.
Yes.
The city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked this item to be pulled because we have been working on some of the details of the grant that is funding this program. We do think we have an opportunity to maybe save a little bit of money in this contract. So I'm just asking that when you adopt this, you award the contract in an amount of up to $72,585 in case we can wiggle that down about $5,000 to $7,000. That's all. Thank you.
All right, up to. Sorry, Ice. I thought you were going to talk longer. Public comment.
Appreciate why I called to have this explained a little bit, but Little Lakes is, in the marsh, greater marsh area, and there has been discussion in the past of a dog park being there. There's also talk about potential housing there, and I'm guessing that this is environmental monitoring services for Little Lake Industries for cleanup for what? For whatever we decide to do there? Or is there already something being decided?
So, are you finished with your
Yeah,
comment? Okay.
I'm finished. I guess I
Thank
just
you.
want a little more specifics about where the future is with Little Lakes.
Thank you. It is a brownfield, so it has to be cleaned up if we're going to do anything on it ever at all. So there's no formal plans of what we are particularly planning on doing with it, but the first and foremost step is to get the brownfields cleaned up so it could be used for any of those things that you just listed. And if David wants to add any further detail or elaborate more, but yeah. And when we decide, what to do there will be, engagement on that, and the community will be involved, and we'll have meetings about it, and we'll talk about it. All right. Any other public comment on item C, or any other information from staff or questions from council? All right. I'll entertain a motion then for item C with that amendment of up to $72,585.
I'll make a motion with that amendment.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor on item C? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. All right. That's going to take us into new business. So our first item under new business this evening is item A, a request for city funding for the Arcata 2024 Community Emergency Response Team CERT for their basic training. Do we have a staff report from Finance Director Tabitha Miller?
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and community. Grab my... So I'm going to probably keep this presentation very brief because your CERT team is here and in a much better position to explain their request, what they do, how beneficial it will be to the city. But just to sort of summarize what's already in the staff report, which I pulled from a memo that these folks wrote for me, so I can't take any credit for how well written it is. But the CERT team has reached out and they've asked for a partial funding for their, let me get a little more organized here, for their community emergency response team training. It's a 23-hour training. It trains participants on disaster preparedness, small firefighting, disaster medical operations, light search and rescue methods, disaster psychology, team organization, and even terrorism facts. And it is sponsored by our police department, so it certainly is a resource for the city in disasters and being prepared for them. In addition, these folks are disaster service worker volunteers, which city workers are all part of that same pool of resources in the case of a disaster in our organization. But in addition to that, they really provide support for the community and preparedness, not just learning how to prepare themselves, their friends, their families, but their neighbors, their community. And so, this is just one piece of it. The training would serve 30 people with a priority for members of Arcata. And our community, and it's something that we are suggesting and recommending at a staff level that the council fund from the $15,000 that you set aside in this year's budget during last year's presentation. None of that money has been spent. There's $15,000 there. This would take some of that, but still leave you some funds to use for future requests from other community organizations. And as I said, I was going to keep this short and let those folks that can better tell you how important this is talk.
Tabitha, do we have any questions from council before we open it up for comments so our CERT team members can have the floor?
Can I take it? No. I'm sorry. I think it's really important. I mean, that's a great service. I think that the world is getting crazier and there's lots more natural disasters. I mean, yes.
Awesome. Okay, well, we'll open up the floor for public comment. So if you would like to comment on this item or add any extra information, please make your way to the podium. And you will have 3 minutes. And yeah.
All right. While they're making their way up, I will just add that in 2022, the council supported funding that all of our city staff went through CERT training. And the reports back from staff was that it was the most hands-on practical training they had received in preparedness of all of the wonderful federal level courses we normally teach them.
My name is Errol Chin, and I live in Arcata. The CERT training is designed to, on the philosophy that the real first responders like police and fire will not be sufficient, there won't be sufficient resources or people or equipment to handle all the emergencies in the event of a major disaster. And so our philosophy is the greatest good for the greatest number. And we operate under the auspices of the police department. So they are the ones we report to. We meet monthly for business meetings and for training. So we're constantly trying to keep our skills up and to learn new things. We also put on workshops for the greater community of CERT people in the county. And we have 11 people right now to cover the entire city of Arcata. That's not enough. And that's why we want to open up a training for 30 more people, because we lose people through attrition or people who take the training and then say, well, that's not for me. So we need to constantly reinvigorate and to repopulate our core. And that's the basis of this grant. We have in-kind contributions from the greater CERT community. We have community funds that have been donated for any differences or any problems with finances. And we have had trainings at, I believe the city employees took it at the Arcata Community Center. And we meet monthly in the Arcata Firehouse.
Thank you. All right, that's exciting. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, I've been also thinking about taking this course for quite some time, and look forward to the opportunity if you guys give them a little bit of money. I'm thinking of North Arcata and some of the non-English speakers, and wondering what's being done now that we have a resilience hub coming in there. Is there opportunities for such training in Spanish? Yeah, I think that's good. And also younger people, wondering if there's any outreach to even upperclassmen of the high schools and such to get involved in this, because there's not a lot of young people wearing those green jackets in this room right now, and we'll need young people to, help people in disasters because they have maybe a little bit more strength and all. But yeah, bilingual and young people, and applying the CERT concept to things like extreme weather shelter assistance is also something I would really like to see, because they have a lot of skills and training to apply to that aspect of our community.
Thank you. Come up.
I can actually answer some of those questions for you. My name is Lynn Sturgis. I am also on the CERT team here in Arcata. I was with LA CERT from 1995 on, so I've been with CERT for a very long time. We are looking for a Spanish-speaking person to start teaching Listos classes, which are a little different from CERT. They're tailored more for people who don't speak English in the home, to help them get prepared at home. Once we can get that started, we can work on finding someone that can teach CERT in another language. We have materials available in Spanish, and we have materials available in Hmong that we can order from FEMA. So that should help with that. Shelters, we have been invited as individuals to help staff shelters in Eureka for the warming centers. We could probably do that here as well. If you just give us a call, let us know what you need. We're available. We can help with a lot of stuff. Thanks. Yeah.
High school.
Oh, the high school. Thank you. That's a good question. We actually do have one team. I'm so sorry. I'll make it short. One team member who is a high school person. The problem is the PD is trying to figure out how to fit this through their fingerprinting and background check and all this stuff. He will be kind of the test case for whether or not we can support high school students, because we would like to do trainings in high schools, but we need to make sure we have the support ready for them. Sorry about that.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Right, not seeing any other in-person comments. Do we have anybody on Zoom waiting to comment about this?
We do. First speaker is a call-in user. Go ahead on your phone. Go ahead, call-in user. Can you unmute call-in user number 1? Looks
Hello?
good. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, hi, this is Patricia. I was just wanting you to know that the YouTube link isn't working for some reason.
All right, thank you, Patricia. I'll check on that.
Sure, thanks.
There's no more public comment on the cert item.
All right.
But thank you, Patricia.
Yes, I'll take it back to the council for any further comments or questions. Go ahead, Councilmember White.
I personally have attended several of the Listo webinars, and I'm happy to reach out to the local Latinx community, and I'll touch base with you to see if we can't get something going. I personally started the CERT training, and then COVID hit. So I didn't have a chance to finish, and like Councilwoman Vice Mayor Matthews, I would love to finish and take that opportunity to do that. North Arcata did a disaster preparedness training, and we were happy to have time. So I think maybe it was somebody from Eureka that came to represent. So I'm tickled pink that this is coming to fruition, or hopefully will.
All right, any other questions or comments, or I will entertain a motion.
I just wanted to thank the CERT people. I know that I'm sure we all feel the same way. It is a really much needed way to fill in some necessary gaps that we have. And so I appreciate that. And also that you're looking ahead at wanting to build the team. And it's a very, in my opinion, really reasonable request. So I do make a motion that we allocate $3,000 to the Arcata CERT team for their 23-hour CERT course at the Arcata community, for the Arcata community. So, yeah.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, CERT, for all you do for our community, and you are very appreciated. So looking forward to adding some more folks to your team. Thank you. All right.
I'm not young, though, but
All right. That takes us to our next item, which is item B, to receive an update on the Regional Climate Action Plan and support the County of Humboldt's revised proposal for the completion of the CAP. So we have a staff report from Deputy Director of Environmental Services, Emily Benvey.
Good evening, council members. Let me just get my papers in line here, of which there are several. So it has been a little while since I have been before you with updates to the Climate Action Plan, though I want to acknowledge that I have provided many updates over the years to the Climate Action Plan. For some of you, it might be a newer body of work, but I think most of you have at least received one, maybe two updates. And so with that, I'm not going to go too far back in time to explain how we got from the genesis of this plan to today, but I will share the updates that have occurred since about a year and a half ago when I was last before the council. So with that, the Regional Climate Action Plan is a document that is being led by the county staff, and it includes participation by all 7 Humboldt County cities, with its primary goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions countywide to be 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. As I alluded to before, we have been discussing this document for quite some time. We first started discussing it in 2018, and there was an MOU signed by participating jurisdictions to formalize the partnership in 2019. Whoops, sorry about that. So over the past year and a half, we have been moving forward, though there have been some challenges that we have been addressing on the regional level. When I was last before council, it was May of 2022, and at that point, the public draft of the Climate Action Plan had been released. The public draft was to serve as a project description to inform the CEQA environmental impact report process, environmental impact review process, I should say. That document was officially formalized or approved by the County Board of Supervisors in early June of 2022. And at that point, it was essentially at the starting point for the CEQA process to begin. And so in, I think, June of 2022, the county secured funding from Humboldt County Association of Governments to begin the CEQA Environmental Impact Report process. They released a request for proposals and selected consultant Rincon for that EIR work. And that work got off the ground in September of 2022. I want to pause really quickly before getting too far into what has changed since Rincon began their work to discuss the term qualified climate action plan. So when we were working with the community on the development of the draft climate action plan, there was a lot of robust discussion around that climate action plan being considered qualified. And so what a qualified climate action plan does is it essentially creates a CEQA streamlining pathway for future development projects. It provides regulatory leverage. So in other words, it provides more teeth, so to speak, for local agencies to be able to require certain measures be taken to reduce greenhouse gases. It puts us in a better strategic position for achieving grant funds to do climate change adaptation and mitigation projects. And it was a necessary prerequisite to receive the Humboldt County Association of Government funding to conduct that EIR work. So in moving forward with this term qualified climate action plan, Rincon, the consultants, raised some concerns about whether that draft climate action plan could gain a qualified status by the state. Effectively, several of the measures that were outlined in the climate action plan were very aspirational, and while perhaps achievable, they didn't contain the necessary substantial evidence to be able to make the legal argument that those measures could be achieved in a given timeline, therefore allowing us to claim that qualified status. And I recognize that a lot of the ins and outs and specifics of some of how those measures were constructed and the methodology that went into them might be too far into the weeds, then maybe we need to go. But I would be happy to delve into some of those specifics if that's helpful for the council members to understand. I will give two really high-level examples about some of those measures that I think are helpful in grasping what was quote-unquote unsubstantiated, which were in the staff report. So one was with regard to the purchase of new electric vehicles. Currently, or in 2020, there's about 1% of vehicle sales that are electric vehicles, and the climate action plan projected that a number to increase the cap should be qualified. It's not a jump that could easily be made. It's not to say that that goal won't still be included and we won't still aspire to achieve these targets, but those types of goals wouldn't be included as the measures that are considered qualifying the climate action plan. Another recent example I can provide would be the electrification of buildings. I was before council several months ago to partner with the city attorney and updating the council on the status of the electrification ordinance, which is no longer something that we can pursue based on the court ruling that came out of Berkeley. So essentially, the requirement to ensure that new construction is all electric has been federally preempted, and so that type of measure also can't really be included in the cap as a requirement that we are hanging our hats on to qualify that climate action plan measure, though certainly we can strive for that. So like I said, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here. I could keep going, but I think that those are helpful measures to really wrap the mind around some of the challenges in the existing draft climate action plan and what's needed to remedy so that it can be considered qualified. So that being said, where do we go from here? In mid-October of 2023, the Board of Supervisors voted to reallocate that EIR grant funding to shift Rincon's focus away from doing that environmental impact report work and toward reworking that draft climate action plan using the community input and visioning that was received back in 2019 and early 2020, such that the climate action plan can be demonstrated to be qualified in meeting the outlined greenhouse gas reductions targets. Going forward from there, Humboldt County Planning and Building Director John Ford has developed the tentative schedule that was brought forward to the Board of Supervisors in mid-October, and that schedule should be finalized in late November, early December. There's also been a desire from the board and the community to have more regular updates on the climate action plan, certainly recognizing that this has been a very long process, and I think that all of us are excited to continue to move it forward expeditiously. So with that, the proposal is to have quarterly reports, and the county is looking into funding a climate resiliency offer, and that's been a very preliminary discussion, and I'm looking forward to learning more about that and being able to share more about that. So that is some of the more challenging news, and I say challenging because, like I said, I really want to acknowledge how long it has been and arduous to get from where we were to here, and also wanting to recognize that, you know, inherently working on a regional level takes longer than working on a jurisdictional level, and yet I think that there's a lot to be gained, particularly when thinking about greenhouse gas reductions and climate impact and working on that regional level. You know, our transportation sector generates a huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions, and we move between Arcata, Eureka, the broader Humboldt County all the time. And so just really wanting to highlight the importance of working on a regional level while acknowledging that there is that trade-off between working locally or working on a municipal level and the regional level, and things can be more time-consuming and challenging to work through. That being said, there is a lot that we are still doing on the municipal level, and so I wanted to end with a little bit of a more positive note, which is to say that one recent update the city has been working with Redwood Coast Energy Authority on is allocating a portion of the climate set-aside ARPA funds to supplement their electric bike program. And so we saw that as a real opportunity to be able to enhance their voucher program, offering different structures of vouchers to different levels of income and types of bikes to really help get people out of cars into those electric bikes in a more, you know, commuter-based fashion. We're looking at about $20,000 allocated toward that program, which is huge. The entire RCEA program is currently $50,000. So that'll be a real boost for the Arcata-specific residents. And the city of Arcata will really benefit by RCEA's program administration, relying on that already developed program and staffing rather than, you know, needing to create the wheel ourselves, so to speak. So that is one plus that we're already doing, regardless of the climate action plan, to demonstrate that real commitment to continuing to do climate change adaptation and mitigation projects on the city level. You'll see in the next agenda item, our finance director, Miller, is going to be discussing potential revenue sources, and that will potentially, I don't want to speak too much off the agenda, but that will include some potential electric or natural gas tax opportunities for increasing revenue sources to fund climate change adaptation and mitigation. So really working to develop the revenue to develop these programs with the climate action plan and also without. And then there has been concern about the need to, once we have this climate action plan draft, we'll still need to fund the environmental impact report. And I wanted to point out that we do still have some ARPA climate change set aside funds. So potentially we could retool the climate action plan monitoring set aside to be more to fund that CEQA environmental impact report work. So I think that there are funding sources that we can pull from to continue to move forward in a quick fashion rather than needing to pause and apply for more grants and delay the project further. So I just wanted to note that as well. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Emily. I know we're all, you know, though it's moving slow, we're glad to hear everything's chugging along and get the update finally. So we appreciate it. And thank you for all your work on that. Do we have any questions or comments from the council?
So it's a regional effort, right? But then you're saying that we can use our ARPA funding for it. So is every municipality going to put money towards it?
So once we get through the draft climate action plan, that next step being the CEQA process, we don't yet know exactly what the cost of that EIR is going to be or what the cost share is going to be, but at the working group level, that's the thought, is that the EIR cost will be X amount and there will be some sort of allocation, maybe it's population based, and so the city's ARPA funds could potentially be used to cover Arcata's cost share portion.
And how closely, is RCEA now involved in this process? Are they working, hand in hand with Rincon?
RCEA has been attending our monthly climate action plan working group meetings, so they've been pretty regularly folded into the process. I don't know how directly they've been working with Rincon specifically. I know that the county is the contract holder with Rincon, so that's the primary contact.
Yeah, because at the beginning of this, in the genesis of this, I remember RCEA had a dedicated staff member that was working on this. I mean, is there any talk of maybe, having a dedicated RCEA person to kind of work on this?
Ask about that at our board meeting next Thursday.
And then, I guess the last question I have, I know that we do a lot in Arcata specifically, but is there anything that we can do now to do a little bit more action here while we're waiting, another year, 2 years before this is even, something that's going to happen?
Sure. I think, by and large, all of the measures outlined in that climate action plan could commence at any time, and I think we're already chipping away at all of them. That electrification ordinance that is unfortunately not a thing currently is one great example of how the city was already, quote unquote, implementing some of the measures in the climate action plan. I think another really good example will be the next agenda item as here's what the city's doing and potentially seeking revenue that could fund programs to complete projects like installing more electric vehicle charging stations, which is another great example. The city's partnering with our CEA on a grant to put in electric vehicle charging stations at Carlson Park, and that's an identified mitigation measure in the climate action plan. So I think that overall we're really doing that work now. We're just not doing it under the, the credit, so to speak, of the climate action plan, since that draft is still in process.
All right, I think there might be ways to be a little bit more creative, for example, that new open door clinic that's just almost going to be built, would RCEA be willing to work to put solar panels over the parking lot or something? Is that something that we can think about doing, or something like that would be just a little bit more creative on the municipal level?
Yeah, I think the sky's the limit as far as what we could do. There's always more we could be doing. And I think that the staff and financial resources, the balance that we're always trying to seek. So could we be doing more? Yes, always, absolutely. Do we have the resources to be doing more? That's generally the challenge. But yeah, absolutely, we could be more creative.
Yeah, what I worry about is just the immediacy, because let's be honest, we don't know what's going to happen in 2024, and I just get concerned that all of this grant funding that we have to do things like this is going to go away. So, that's why I think it's important to kind of take action now.
Yes. Yeah, I think it could be helpful to put in context. So we have our quote unquote energy fund, Activity 70 allocation. It's general fund dollars. It's not to say that we put the blinders on and don't talk about anything climate related unless we're, billing our time to this fund. But that really is overall where the city has allocated funds to a lot of the traditional greenhouse gas reduction efforts. And so to put in context, 10, 15, 30, 45, we have about half of a full-time equivalent allocated in our overall city budget to be working on that type of work. So we have 20 hours a week. Not to say that that is enough, it's not, but I think just to to help structure, how much time and what are the resources we have to be working on some projects. And I think that that's really what will make the biggest difference.
Sure, but in the larger picture, I guess, is all the funds that we have regionally set aside for that, is that codified? Is that like specifically supposed to go, it can't be taken away depending on like what happens in the next election? Do you see where I'm going with that? No, like if people.
And it's not really, is it federal? It's not federal
Is
funding,
it not
is it?
federal?
I
Is it
mean, I
state
would imagine
money?
it's coming
Yeah.
from the state.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Right?
Just want to make sure that.
I think we're good in the state. I don't know.
Are you inquiring about the $150,000 grant to work on the EIR development?
I'm just like, any money that's going towards climate action. Yeah.
Okay.
It's climate projects in general, I think. is
Maybe
what-
I'm extrapolating a little too
Okay.
far, but I.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this isn't specifically climate related, but we do want to get the Little Lakes cleanup of contamination under the ground prior to any sea level rise. Those were the only monies that I can identify that I think we really had fear that future EPA grants would not be funded if we couldn't get those spent down. But otherwise, I don't know specific of any dollars that the city has right now that would be taken away, or specific grants we're applying for right now that would change those funding sources.
Thank you for that presentation, Emily. I just wanted to get some clarification on the electric bike with our CEA. We've been doing some outreach to the Latinx community and working with our CEA, and I wasn't aware that we're going to be putting some money in the pot. So will that mean that there will be more Arcata residents who are going to get e-bikes?
Yes, this is hot off the press. So our CEA will be seeing it at their upcoming board meeting. We're still working on the specific mechanism to commit those funds. But yes, essentially $20,000 specific to Arcata residents will now be available in addition to the current $50,000 overall countywide allocation for our CEA.
So you get an e-bike, you get an e-bike, and you get an e-bike. Also, I know this is small, but one of our constituents, actually, Joanne here, has been asking about our gas lawnmowers, and I noticed that's, has been in here. I don't remember the page, I apologize, about eliminating gas mowers, blowers, trimmers, all of those things. I know where I live, we were using solar mowers. Is that something that we can do like now? I mean, albeit it's a small task, it shows the community that we put our money where the mouth is, so to speak.
Yeah, so that transition of fuel-powered small tools and equipment over toward electric is something that we're working on phasing out as we go through our fiscal budget process every year, as equipment sort of becomes no longer usable, and also ensuring that we have that charging capacity. So there is state law that will be requiring all new equipment be electric coming, I think, in 2025. I don't have that offhand, but at that time we'll be, more quickly making that shift. And so to prepare for that, we're looking at doing some design analysis for our existing park shop building to ensure that we have the infrastructure to support that. So it's a long answer, but I would say we're tackling it from a couple different angles, where we're opportunistic when the funds allow. When equipment phases out, we think about, could we replace this with an electric version, and then getting that long-term big picture thought of, okay, what do we need to do from an overall electric system capacity level to ensure we're able to maintain charged equipment.
Thank you. And I just wanted to go back to the e-bikes, just to let folks know that you could actually, this is not like it's a voucher, not a rebate, right? And so then RCA is doing a match and then with the state. So you can virtually get a really nice e-bike for free. And there are 5 local bicycle shops like Revolution right here in Arcata that you can start getting yourself fitted right now. So then when they open this up and it's ready to go, you're first to get one.
You have to buy it locally too. There's certain requirements about bike shops, because that's been a big issue, is that there's no parts and people don't fix them if they're not purchased and maintained locally.
Sure, yeah, I will definitely give the credit to our CEA staff, who's done a really thorough job of developing this program, and they are working with the local bike shops for that reason. It's not rebates, thank you for correcting me. There are vouchers that our CEA is going to be offering that will pair with the state program, so those will become available once the state program launches. It's different voucher amounts for different types of community members. So for example, $150 will go as a standard voucher, and then all the way up to $1,000 for an adaptive e-bike voucher available to CCE customers. There's different income qualifications, so it's sort of a tiered approach. I don't think that with all the vouchers stacking together, potentially including the state, it'll be a free e-bike in any situation, but I do think that it'll be significantly cost reduced.
So it can be up to I think it's like $1,200 is like the maximum amount that you can get, depending on for lowest income level.
So my understanding was when I called up Revolution Bike that depending on with the match program that you could get something up to 2,000 and no out of pocket, So that's what I was from what I got. So
sure,
you could get a nice bike between $1,200 and $2,000 depending if you need some kind of a what is it called? Help me, Sarah, or the kind of bike where somebody would, like a recumbent
like a cargo bike.
Yeah.
Or, a recumbent. I was thinking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They can get expensive, but there are some good deals out there.
You can even pack around your children in some of these bikes that have up in front, so it's kind of cool.
Do we have any other questions for our Deputy Director before we open it up for public comment? All right, we will open it up for comment. 3 minutes, come on up.
Greetings again, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I deliberately had my hair braided like Greta Thunberg so I can put on my McGreta persona for this discussion tonight on climate. I want to remind everyone here that it was in September of 2019 that I successfully persuaded Sofia Pereira, who was on the council at the time, prior to the United Nations Climate Summit that month of September of 2019, to declare a climate emergency here in the city of Arcata, and it was passed by the city council. What that means after, verbiage and just declaring it, I'm a little dismayed that we haven't really shown a lot of teeth or boots on the ground, so to speak, about all this. And to the comment about the mowing tools and all, I, was going to senior meals for a while and watching two people mow small patches of grass in front of the community center's senior section, senior room, both of them with gas-powered mowers, and they both could probably be done with a manual mower. And so I think when we're really talking about showing, and it's not just symbolic, because it really is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is the ultimate thing we can do. But our city doesn't have to wait for a climate action plan and regionally to start really showing and committing and demonstrating that we're doing something. And so in the simple things like landscaping tools, if it's not a big patch of lawn, don't mow it with a gas-powered mower. Mow it with something else, or, bring in the goats, and there's just a whole lot of other things, we need to commit to keeping trash cans emptier. I think our zero waste ordinance on food containers and such could be greatly improved, because I don't even know if I'm really getting discounts, and do I have to ask every time? And I just think we could really streamline, as much as I hate that word, a much more aggressive zero waste effort in our community. And the last thing, the Fridays for Future out of Sweden and Greta Thunberg have issued a statement about war, and especially the war currently happening that's affecting a lot of people's humanity in other places in the world. And it's a climate issue as much as it's any other kind of issue. So again, what happens here affects everything here, and we've got to just keep remembering this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other in-person comments on the climate action plan?
Good evening, I'm Fred Wise. I want to thank you to Director of Environmental Services for the great staff report and presentation. Thanks. There are two issues at play here. One is the report itself. The other, as Councilmember Matthews brought up, is what we can be doing to actually reduce greenhouse gas production. In August this year, the City Council heard a presentation from Dr. Wendy Ring discussing the amount of greenhouse gases and other contaminants that are emitted from the biomass power plant in Scotia. Video of Dr. Ring's presentation can be viewed on arcata1.com. There's no mention of the Scotia biomass plant in the county's climate action plan. State and federal law are such that greenhouse gas production from a biomass plant are not counted. On a numeric basis, shutting down the Scotia plant would not alter the percentage of greenhouse gas reduction because they weren't officially counted in the first place. But in Humboldt County, 1/6 of all the greenhouse gases come from this one plant. Turning off this plant would be like removing 3/4 of all the passenger cars in Humboldt County, taking 3/4 of the cars off the road in one fell swoop. And these are actual numbers. The electricity from the Scotia plant is sold to Redwood Coast Energy Authority. The Scotia plant is a source of 40% of our renewable energy for us. But until they transfer to another renewable energy source, which is possible, it's unlikely that the Scotia plant will close. The city of Arcata cannot command the plant to close. The county can't command it to close, but by applying pressure to Redwood Coast Energy Authority, we here in Arcata can say that we do not want the Scotia greenhouse gases to be part of our electrical power and part of our environment, and we can move towards the closing. So we have a situation here where a source of electricity, which is considered to be green, is actually the largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the county. Everyone supports a viable climate action plan, but the numbers are based upon definitions that were made by bureaucrats, essentially. In practical terms, we can take 300,000 tons a year out of greenhouse gases out of the environment by closing that plant. I'd like to see what we can do to help that happen. Thanks.
Fred? Not seeing anybody else in person. Do we have anybody online?
We do. Our first online is Antoinette. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. So my name is Antoinette Siguenza, and I am the local government and community liaison. Utilities Commission, External Affairs, and my territory includes all the counties on the North Coast, including Humboldt County. And the CPUC is committed to empowering California through safe, clean, affordable utility service and infrastructure. We regulate investor-owned utilities, including electric, natural gas, communications, and water companies, as well as railroads, safety, rail transit, passenger transportation carriers, transportation network companies, and autonomous vehicle passenger services. And furthermore, the CPUC actively works to establish policies that support California's ambitious climate and clean energy goals, as well as bridging the digital divide, enhancing safety and reliability of utility service, and adapting to escalating impacts of climate change, all while upholding principles of equity and social justice. So now that I've got the introduction out of the way, I was very inspired by hearing about the progress on a climate action plan, and I just wanted to share some information and also invite you to reach out. I'll follow up with an email, but having maybe a meet and greet to discuss some of these topics. One thing I'd like to share is I was actually up in your neck of the woods. I went to the fifth California Climate Assessment Workshop that was put on by the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. It was up in Klamath last month. And it was great meeting local government and community members, tribal government leaders. And I wanted to share a grant program opportunity, and It's pretty new, and so in 2022, the California legislature appropriated $30 million for capacity grants to tribes and community-based organizations, and it's called the Equity and Access Grant Program. So there's three accounts: a public participation grant account, an equity engagement and an education grant account. But the one I really want to highlight.
Antoinette, sorry, that is your 3 minutes, but we would love to follow up with you and get an email address perhaps.
Okay, of course. I will, my email address is antoinette.siguenza@cpuc.ca.gov, but I'll follow up with all of you via email. I have your emails.
Great. Thank you, Antoinette. We appreciate it, and thank you for calling in. Do we have any other commenters online this
No
evening?
more online public comments.
All right. Well, I'll bring it back to the council for any final thoughts or questions. I believe this is not an action item this evening. It was just an update. So, or is...
I think with the county, I would love to have a nod. I mean, ultimately, this will be the county's allocation decision, but I think they are interested in knowing if local jurisdictions support this direction that the county has suggested that we all take together.
Great. So I will then entertain a motion for that support if anybody would like to make that.
I'll make a motion that we support the County of Humboldt's revised proposal for completion of the cap.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Emily, for a great presentation. All right. That takes us to agenda item C this evening, which is potential tax measures for November 2024, and we will be having a staff report from Finance Director Tabitha Miller.
Could we just take a 3 to 5 minute IT break?
Yes, we'll take a quick 5-minute break to make sure everything's working okay. Okay, thank you, folks. We'll be back. Okay, we are back, folks. Thank you for bearing with us. The YouTube stream should be live now, and as well on the city website and on Zoom. We will upload the entirety of this meeting to YouTube tomorrow to capture the part that was not seen earlier. So thank you for bearing with us. All right. I will now turn it over to our finance director. Take it away, Tabitha.
Thank you. Good evening again. So we're going to take a brief overview on potential tax measures looking at the November 5th, 2024 election. So that's not too many months away. So just to start out, and before I even get into this, I do want to recognize that this is a very challenging time to ask our community for a tax increase, and I want to acknowledge that and kind of put that out in the forefront. And it really means that what we bring forward, if we bring anything, needs to really meet their needs and not their wants. So I just want to keep in mind of what's important here. What I did, and these are just kind of looking at your priorities that you put together back last February, I believe, tried to highlight some of the things that we should keep in mind when we're looking at this issue. The first one is that your first priority is revenue for a homelessness strategic plan, and so I put that at the top of the list. The other one kind of follows on our previous presentation, which is climate mitigation and adaptation is also a priority of yours. It's number 9, but it seems to be coming up over and over again, and looking at ways to maybe keep moving that forward and make Arcata a lead in that area. Our Measure G, I just want to remind us to keep in mind that will expire at the end of 2028 if it's not renewed, so we always want to keep that in our process when we're looking at tax measures over the next few years. We are in the middle of doing a stormwater utility rate, and there is a chance that we will be doing a utility mail ballot in late spring 2025. This is a little bit different. It won't go on a ballot per se, but it will be a vote that goes out to property owners. And so it has, again, some implications there. And then I certainly want to know if the council has other priorities that we should be incorporating into this topic as we move forward. This is just a list of some of the programs that we have in place now. Many of them touch on our impacts to the folks that are without homes, and our strategic plan for homelessness. Our community ambassador program, juvenile diversion counselors. If you remember, we've lost the Measure Z funding for that program. Our mist and street outreach program, the extreme weather shelter funding, the Valley West Community Center programs, which is the Woodsman Hall and the programs we're able to put on there. And then again, I put the climate action plan support and implementation in a question mark. Having looked at the proposed draft cap and the programs that are there, this is one of those items that I see that we could spend $100,000 or we could spend millions of dollars a year. So I don't have a price tag for you. So if you read through the staff report that was in the agenda packet, I do go through and talk about potential revenue sources. One of the reasons we are focusing on tax revenue sources is really for 2 reasons, because they provide a sufficient level of funding for some of these higher cost projects, and it creates a stable source. And so those really are important in what we're talking about here. There are 9 potential taxes here. The first 4 that are highlighted there in bold are really the ones that are probably the ones that would provide us a level of funding that we want. The last 5 are really small, and they impact a very narrow group of taxpayers, and I'm not sure that's what we want to do at this point in time, especially since they don't bring in probably sufficient funds to really fund what we'd like. This is a fairly complicated, ugly chart. I get that. I also included it in your packet so that you would have it as a resource going forward. I am just kind of going to walk through some of the highlights here, but I think it is really important. There's a lot of information here as far as we're developing any of these potential items as an increase for a ballot measure in November. The first line there is the current rate. We currently have all 4 of these taxes in place in the city limits. The first one is our TUT, that is our Measure G, and it's for the roads and streets. It brings in, it's 0.75% of the tax The sales tax, a total of 8%, or 8.5%, excuse me. The 0.5% is the county's Measure Z. It's not ours, but it does create a base and it does impact our limit. The transient occupancy or hotel tax, we are currently at 10%, but I do want to give a notice that there is a 2% business improvement district, and that's for our tourism board and our hotels. So a total of 12%. Our utility users tax is at 3%, and if you'll remember that you actually renewed that, I believe, last year, and it's good through 2036. And a parcel tax we have for parks and trails at $37 per parcel. The capacity, all four of these, you have the capacity subject to voter approval to increase the amount. The three on the right-hand side, the TOT, the UUT, and the parcel tax, there is no legal limit, but obviously there's an acceptable limit, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And then the TUT, the max we could increase that is 0.75%. The estimated yearly increases, I put them incrementally here, but the one that has probably the most ability to increase the largest amount or bring in the largest amount of money is the TUT. If you increased it the max of the 0.75% or 3/4, it's somewhere between 2.5 or 2.5 million and $2.6 million annually. The transient occupancy tax, realistically looking at what would be acceptable, a 2% increase to 12% is consistent with a lot of jurisdictions in California. Anything above that sort of gets outside the norm, and that would bring in about $330,000 total. The UUT, this is an area where the city is actually lower than the average. The average in the state of California for cities is 5%. We're at 3%. It goes as high as 11% for some jurisdictions. A 1% increase in this would equal $400,000, which is a nice amount. There has been quite a bit of talk, and it's certainly a good idea as far as increasing just natural gas with an increase. The challenge there is that because that is less than 25%, makes up less than 25% of the total income, a 1% by itself only brings in about $85,000 a year. So in order to bring in closer to that $400,000 or $400,000, you would have to increase that by 4 to 5 times, or 4 or 5% total, and so that may be a little bit more than we're looking at. And then a parcel tax, as you can see, for each parcel, if it's a flat $25 per parcel, brings in $110,000. Realistically, again, we probably would need to look at more like a $75 to $100 parcel tax to bring in the $330,000 to $440,000. The one thing I will say, kind of talking about who and how people pay, the parcel tax is the one that is flat no matter what the value of your property is. So whether you live in a $200,000 valued property or a $2 million, it's the same. It's also the only one on this list that is not subject to consumption. So you have some control over the other three as far as how they impact you. The parcel tax, if you're a property owner, that's a tough one to control. So it's just something to keep in mind. How the tax is paid is really important. It also talks about who it impacts. The TUT probably brings in from the broadest group of people. And the nice thing about that is it's not just your citizens, it's not just your businesses. Anybody who comes into town and buys anything pays the tax. So you can have somebody driving through on 101, stopping to get gas at the Shell station and buy their family dinner at McDonald's, and they have supported our city in some way. The same thing with regional folks, people who live outside city limits but use this as their hub, people who come from, Eureka to have a nice dinner here, people like me, employees who live elsewhere but spend money every day on some level in the city. So it's not just that the tax burden is not carried by just your citizens or your businesses. The TOT, or the hotel tax, is the one that's probably the easiest sell because for the most part, it really doesn't impact your voters. It's going to be rare that they're going to be paying a TOT tax in a local hotel. Generally, it's going to be if you're maybe putting up your family or something like that. So that one probably is I would say the easiest one to probably pass. The utility users tax directly relates and in some ways has a nexus to something like climate change, especially talking about natural gas and some of the other. But it really has probably one of the bigger impacts because it impacts your residents and your businesses. And it is one that you have some control over consumption of that. I don't think we want people going completely without, water, sewer, or heat in the winter times. And again, the parcel tax we talked through is specifically on property. Small amounts probably would be absorbed by property owners. The larger it gets, or the more you tax, the more it's going to certainly be passed on to renters and other folks. So just some things to consider. I also have a footnote here that I wanted to point out. The Humboldt County actually requested the state provide them permission to exceed the cap of 9.25%. So they received that in October, which allowed them an additional 1% TUT that they can, if it's approved by the voters, it would apply to the entire county, not just the unincorporated areas. And this is probably important because more than 50% of the tax that is collected in our county comes from Eureka. And so I'm sure that's why they went for that, just to get that larger revenue base. So this, I won't spend as much time on this chart, but there's two approaches to taxes, general and special. And really that first line, the use of revenues, is the difference. General taxes are unrestricted. Special taxes are restricted. Typically, governments like general taxes because they're the most flexible. Voters like special taxes because there is a legal, requirement that you do what you said you were going to do with the money, and that there is a process where you have to report that back, typically on an annual basis. The piece that makes it more difficult is that third line, the voter approval. A general tax only takes 50% plus one of the vote, and a special tax takes 2/3, and that almost 17% difference is a pretty high threshold to get over. So that really is, a lot of times you'll bring what you would consider a special tax as a general tax. A good example here in the city is Measure G. Raleigh is dedicated to roads and police, and the city has been very good about continuing with that purpose, having an oversight committee. Legally, you are not required to do that, and so that's sort of the difference. The other difference comes down under the available for election. General taxes you have to bring at the same time as you elect your city council, which means that you're limited to when you can bring these to November of even number years. So we can bring something this November, and if we wait, it's November of 2026 before we can bring another general tax. Special tax, you couldn't do it basically on any county election where you have enough lead time, and you technically could call a special election. I'm not suggesting that because of the cost, but it is something that sometimes does happen. So really quickly, we've kind of talked about, but I wanted to just make sure we thought about the impact, how hard it is going to be to bring a new tax in this environment, and then really looking at perceived support and that need versus just a want. The last three items I want to spend a little more time on. I think it's really important that we acknowledge the limited time that we're looking at before we get to November of 2024. One of the options, and I mentioned this in the staff report, is many cities bring in a polling consultant to help them evaluate potential ballot measures and tax measures being a part of that. And it's sometimes looked at as a little bit difficult because you spend money on it, but it does provide invaluable information as to where your support is, trying to figure out what the community wants. And we can have meetings like this all the time and invite people in, but we have only a few people in the audience and half of them are city employees. And so I don't know that we're always getting feedback from the community in these public forums. And so that's why I would put that out there for you to consider. In addition to education on these issues is something else that we really have to start thinking about now so that we can start those programs before November. Which leads me to our staff suggestions. These are sort of what we are proposing that we would focus on and steps we would take. The target, the November 2026 for the renewal of Measure G, and probably keep that as a standalone if we can. I would ask you to consider directing staff to evaluate a 2% TOT increase to fund your homelessness reduction strategy. Again, that would bring in somewhere around $330,000 to $350,000 a year. An update on our energy committee. We talked to them in October about the potential of looking at a tax increase. Specifically at the time we were looking at a natural gas increase, although that doesn't seem by itself as reasonable as maybe a UUT tax to support climate adaptation and mitigation. But they have already created a subcommittee. They've staffed it. They are ready, to hit the ground running. They are going to report back at their January meeting, and then I believe in February they plan on having a recommendation that we would bring back to the City Council the 1st of March. They're looking at all of these issues. They're pretty dedicated, so I would suggest that you let them run with that and see what they bring back as their recommendations. They also have certainly better ability to look at what would be appropriate as far as climate mitigation and adaptation. And they are also very aware of the fact that we have increases in our local utilities that is going to make this sort of a double challenge. And I will say that the one thing that we should just acknowledge is that when PG&E increases, just like when the city increases our utility rates, it increases the tax revenue we get. Good or bad, that is the way it is. I would also ask you to direct staff to research polling consulting services so that if we decide to move forward earlier in the calendar year, we've already got that developed and an RFP that we would bring back to you for final approval. So we wouldn't take any action until you signed off on it. And then again, really considering the education outreach and other public forums where we can start talking about what we're trying to accomplish and what the implications are from, a tax measure and who's impacted, so that we can really get our community either educated and also on board. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Thank you, Tabitha. I'll open it up to the council. I will go first.
I had
Go ahead.
question. Do we have any idea what it would cost us for a polling consultant? I mean, I know that they're gonna.
So I put in a $50,000 to $60,000 estimate into the staff report, and that's based on what I've known other entities that I've worked for have been able to do for a measure. It depends on how many measures we would be looking at. So if we were doing one, it would be probably, more than that if we did two. But $50,000 to $60,000 for a single ballot measure is probably appropriate. And a lot of it will have to do with what we decide we want them to do and how much legwork we're willing to do on our own.
And we'll need to start the research of who we want to use.
We just want to have that in place so that come, late February, early March, and the council decides we want to pursue this, that's one of the first things that we can trigger. So we're ready to go. But again, that would be subject to your approval later on.
And then I'm just curious, and it might be a silly question, but I'm just thinking about the parcel taxes. How does that affect mobile homes when people own their own home, but?
I believe, and I am not an expert on this, so if anybody else can chime in, I believe that it's on the property, the underlying property, and I don't know that you have a parcel tax on your mobile home.
So would that be the owner of the park then?
Yes.
That would be paying that, not the individual?
Correct.
Which is typically folks that are older adult community on fixed incomes?
Yeah, and keep in mind that is on a per parcel, so, and I don't know exactly how many parcels these parks take up, but, many times the parcel would be, have maybe 20, have significant number of homes that it's accommodating, so the cost wouldn't be probably large, but we can look at how many parcels.
So would that be like parcels would be equivalent to units? So if there's 200, no, okay.
It's not units, it's the land underneath
Right,
it.
okay.
And so it's how the county looks at the underlying
Okay.
lot. So it
And-
could be a very small lot, or it could be acres.
And we do have a moratorium in place to protect the residents of parks right now. Is that correct, Karen?
We have a rent stabilization ordinance. It's not a moratorium, but it does allow, only
For mobile
incremental and
home
up
parks,
to,
yeah.
in
Okay.
the mobile home parks.
Thank you for that.
Other questions?
All right. Do you want to go first?
I don't have questions, I have thoughts, and I think you're wanting us to hold off on our thoughts until after public comment? Okay, all right, so you go.
All right, well, okay, so here's a question for TOT, right? As the hotels that are housing Cal Poly students become housing tourists again, our TOT obviously will go up, correct?
It will, although it's my understanding at this point that there's only one hotel, so I don't know that we're going to see a significant increase. And we also, I believe that we've worked out an agreement with Cal Poly that they would reimburse us for the costs, offset us the cost. So that's yes, but not. I think we're not going to end up with any more revenue because of that.
All right, and then when you're talking about the parcel tax, you said, when you say you can control, you were saying something about you control, so what does that mean?
So it's actually kind of the opposite. So I can decide how much money I spend and how much sales tax I pay. A parcel tax is something that if it gets approved, it goes on my property tax bill, and there's not anything I can do except for, not pay my bill, which is not something I would suggest people do. So everything else is kind of tied to some level of consumption, and that is not. And so that's just something to be aware of if you're looking at, $25 is not a lot, but if we did 75, 100 or more, it could become a bigger issue to somebody who maybe is on a limited income who owns their home.
Okay, and if these taxes get voted, is it 4 years that's the time before it sunsets again?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So that would be part of the question that you would ask your voters. So, typically 15, 20 years is a term, but that's really one of the decisions that we would make going forward.
All right, the rest of my things are thoughts. So I will pause and reflect for a second.
I have two questions. My first one is about TOT and how that works with organizations that get vouchers for houseless individuals that stay in hotels. And does that, affect those organizations? Or, is it enough that, do you know anything about that? Would it make it more difficult for those organizations to be able to offer vouchers?
So it would increase the price, but that is something that you could consider making an adjustment for.
And then my only other question was, so if we go ahead with a renewal for Measure G, could that be a renewal plus increase, or would we have, if we wanted to make a separate, whatever, 0.25% raise, would that be in a separate measure, or would we want to do those together?
Because it's actually expiring, you essentially are creating you're creating a replacement. So you could do it at the same amount, less or more, up to, basically our cap of we can't exceed the 9.25% state tax. And so we've got that. With Measure G, we've got 0.75 of a cent that's available. Without Measure G, you'd have 1.5% that would be available.
And just in terms of consistency, Eureka right now is at that cap, at that 9.25%, which I think is in large part why the county asked for an additional 1% to be granted should the voters, because if they went for a large countywide tax, one, they would take up any available potential that the city of Arcata would have, but two, they wouldn't be able to receive any additional tax from Eureka, which wouldn't render that tax very useful for them.
I have one more question. All of the taxes that were on the staff recommendations, they fall into the general tax category that's 50% plus one vote and can be used for.
The only one that can't, just because of the nature of it, is the parcel tax. Because it's a property tax, it essentially becomes it would have to have the 66.7%.
Could I ask one more question on the parcel tax? The former Measure A for the parcel tax 37, that's not due to expire before it comes on. So would it be in addition to the 37?
Yes.
So
each one of these would be in addition to the current tax.
Okay. So whatever we do, whether it be 25 to 75, is going to be on top of the 37. Thanks.
Great. All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment before we go into a little bit more discussion. I know we all have some thoughts, so please make your way to the podium if you are here to comment on this item.
Thanks. My name is Joanne McGarry, and the parcel tax, I remember when the fire district was talking about where they get funding to support their services. They were sort of acknowledging the fact that no matter how big a parcel was or small a parcel was, the tax was the same. And that's the same for what you're talking about here. And so what are the options for, let's just say, a single family unit on large acreage, like 4 acres, say, has a certain parcel tax for that whole 4 acres, but somebody who's in a tiny little city space, it's still the same amount of money. So what is a possibility of more tax on bigger parcels? Or is that just not feasible to do? Because I'm just sort of wondering, it just seems sort of like, I got a big house on a lot of land and I only have to pay this much, and I've got a tiny little space on a little bit of land and I still have to pay the same amount. I'm just kind of wondering if there's any way to change that.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you to our finance director for your another very clear and comprehensive report and presentation. I'm going to express my opinions, of course. I think any tax that would be paid by the people of Arcata is not going to get voted in. Therefore, a transit occupancy tax paid by the short-term visitors becomes attractive. I don't think we need a polling research, I think, to tell us this. I think that would be a waste of money. When you look at the recent PG&E increase, or the increases over the years, PG&E has gone up about 50% over the last 5 years. Adding 1 or 2 more percent on top of that, I don't think we can get voted in. On the other hand, the transient occupancy tax at 2%, I don't think would make any difference at all to the visitor. If a person's spending $1,000, they'd be spending another $20 for that 2%. As far as the sales tax goes, I'm strongly against increasing the sales tax. The sales tax is what's called a regressive tax. It penalizes poorer people more than rich people. I'm against it on principle. Cal Poly Humboldt is our neighbor and partner. At least 6 or 8 universities make payments to the localities where the universities are located. Berkeley is famous for this because it's been in the news last year. I think UC Santa Cruz does. I believe Cal Poly San Luis Obispo does. The information is hard to get. I've talked to city manager about this a little bit. These payments would be voluntary, of course, they're not required, but perhaps our state senator or representative would be able to help us. There's several articles on this on your portal page, arcata1.com/council. I'm going to suggest a real out-of-the-box idea. I talked briefly with the city manager about this. So here goes. I love Arcata and I'm grateful to be here. I think there are many people in this situation, people who bought our homes in the 80s, 1980s, 1990s. We pay less property tax than people who bought more recently. I believe there's lots of people who feel the same way. I will pledge $500 a year above my property taxes. I think there's 500 people in Arcata who would do the same. That's $250,000. I know it's a long shot, but I think it has some validity. The caveat is that these funds would have to go to a clear and positive use, perhaps decided by a citizens group. If we are going to pursue this, I would be glad to put my weight behind it. I really think it could work. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Fred. All right, do we have any comments online?
We do. It looks like one. Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead, Jim. Jim, go ahead.
Sorry, I do apologize. I'm not sure at what point in time I became unmuted.
You're on now. You're good now. So
Yeah,
let's start now.
Yes, yeah, I did not have my hand up for this one. I think it's a complicated issue that I'm sure you all will make your good choices on it, but I do apologize. I'm not sure how my hand got up. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. All right, anybody else online?
No more online public comment.
Just the accidental one. All right, I will bring it back to the council for these thoughts and comments, and we can start at that end with Stacy and kind of just go down the dais if we'd like.
Thank you. Tabitha, could we put back up the chart that shows the different taxes so we could kind of run down it?
This is the one?
I liked the list. Is that what you meant?
I'm fine with this one just because these are the only, I don't,
Do you want the list that's a little simpler to see?
whatever works for the group,
Okay.
I'm fine. It doesn't matter. The ones lower down on the list, I have a no by all of that in my notes. So just to kind of run down them, I think that the parcel tax for me, I'm not inclined for that one. It does really affect people on limited incomes, and I don't think you can have a range of what you charge people, but you can have exceptions. I did this, or maybe that's with bonds, I don't know. So I don't agree with that one. The utilities, I think that would just, it's not the right time unless things drastically change by the time we're going for that, but we're all really aware of those prices, and I don't think that would go over well. TOT, I think, yeah, that is the easiest one, but I just don't think it's, when you compare it to the TUT, the numbers are quite a bit smaller. And so, you know, with what yes, $300,000 plus is not nothing, but it's also not $2.5 million. And it's hard, you know, things are expensive when we do things through government. That's just the way it is. So my opinion is leaning more towards the TUT. And what I do have in my notes, when I was on, I served on a school board for, I don't know, more than 7 years. And when we were going out for bonds, we did hire a firm, and it was money well spent. It's pretty, we can all have our opinions, but they have a method, and they can really give you assurances on what your community is willing or not willing to do. And so, I'm trying to scroll ahead here, sorry. Okay, here we go. So if we were to, so I strongly support consultants to help us navigate this. Things that they can ask are, they can ask people, would you be more willing to support a general tax or a specific tax? And the general ones are the ones that just go for whatever, and the specific ones are, you know, we have to spend them a certain way. So they can take the temperature of that. They can also assess for us, like if we've got that 75 cents, how much of that would people be willing to support? They can give us a good idea about that. And they can also ask that question of TOT versus TUT, right? So we can get a lot of information from that. And I think it will be hard to pass a tax. I think the Measure G, we wait until 28 when it's up, and we go for this one. Is it 28 or 26? G's up.
It's up in 28, but if you don't want to break in the tax revenue, you would pass it in 26, so you could continue it.
Okay. So for me, like, I feel, I mean, and, you know, to me, I think that we maybe can possibly do one. I don't know that asking for more than one thing on our ballot will go, but again, the consultants can give us a pretty clear idea of that. And I think, you know, if we're really specific about what we want to use them for, which we do have some really popular programs. We know that our community supports homeless services and housing. We also know that they're very excited about the community ambassadors, the missed workers. If we, you know, stick to those type of programs, or the juvenile diversion officer, I think we might be able to get that community support. And again, those are questions that the consultants will ask when they do their polling to give us that direction. And that's what I've got.
All right. I'm opposed to an additional utility users tax, like hard stop. I mean, I was listening to that woman from the CPUC talk about equity when we're getting our utility rates like 13 to 20% in January, and I just think it's untenable to put another utility tax on people. The TUT, I agree with Stacy. I think that, but what I'm interested in is like the difference between having a polling consultant and then just us like doing our own outreach. I mean, again, like would a polling consultant, would they guarantee that they'd hit like more people in the community to get their opinion than just having us do general outreach? Like, I feel like at least with an outside polling company, they'll make like an effort to go out in the community and really get some targeted answers, and as opposed to us having like a study session or like a town hall where nobody shows up. So I think I can see the value in that. And yeah.
So yeah, I totally agree with Vice Mayor Matthews here. Hard stop on utility users. Just to add, I mean, I think that, and I know we were talking about too, looking at that possibly for some like climate mitigation stuff, but I just, especially like looking at a tax only on natural gas, but I really feel like that puts an unfair weight on renters who, you know, don't own their homes and don't really have the ability to update it for, you know, even if they, like, I am that person. I would love to update my house, you know, to be more energy efficient and electrify it, but I don't own it, so I'm not going to. And so I think that is, you know, kind of an unfair tax on renters, and we do already, I realize it's not as high as other places in the state, but, you know, we do already have that tax. I didn't hear it so much from these guys, but I am super supportive of a increase in the transient occupancy tax. It kind of seems like a no-brainer to me. I mean, yes, it's not as much money as we could get out of transactions and use tax, but I think that, you know, some money is any money. And I do think that, again, voters are probably more likely to vote something like that in because it is a tax, you know, that visitors or, you know, other people that aren't necessarily living in this community are paying. And so I do.
It's like a different pool of
exactly.
Yeah.
And partially so in my mind, what I'm seeing, because the suggestion, I guess, I don't remember seeing it, but I feel like this was the suggestion that we could go for a measure in 2024 and in 2026. And so in my mind, what I see is that, you know, we could test the waters with a transient occupancy tax in 2024 and kind of, you know, go for that, but then also in 2026 go for renewing these Measure G funds with perhaps an additional increase. Based on what the consultants say, I also do support hiring some folks to be able to kind of dig in and take the temperature of the community on that and try to understand, you know, what is going to be supportive. But I do really agree with Stacy that like where the money does seem, you know, looking at this chart, really will come from sales tax and for benefiting these programs that we've been talking about, especially I just think of community ambassador. I mean, sales tax, yes, it is paid by everybody. It's paid at your grocery store. It's paid, you know, everywhere. But I really do think about the business community too, and that, you know, it directly then an increase in tax and their revenue can directly increase, you know, these services that we provide to our business areas, increasing the community ambassador program to Valley West or, you know, whatever that might look like, right? We're keeping these areas clean and beautiful for people that are doing shopping in those areas. And so it's kind of, in my mind, is like a direct service for the business community. And so, you know, pay those taxes to be able to have, you know, these services that we want to bring to our community, especially like in our core business areas. So that's where I'm standing on this.
So just a quick question though, but if we hire a consultant and we want to put something on the 2024 ballot, like the TOT, for example, like how quickly can we get that moving?
So one of the things I'm hearing from you is that you kind of want a broader look at it, like looking potentially not just at the 2024 election, but also potentially the 2026. I'm hearing amounts being, you know, considering amounts, special versus a general. And so it almost sounds like we may want to try to bring a consultant on earlier rather than waiting till you actually have identified specific amounts and specific taxes. That I'm getting the impression that this is maybe something we should start looking at today so that we start doing this earlier rather than later, and it may help you make these decisions on exactly how much and what you want to target as far as the purpose.
Could we hear from everyone before we, sorry. I actually am adverse to hiring a consultant. I think that we're very capable of measuring the temperature of our community. We know our community. I say no on the parcel tax because it affects those that are on limited and fixed incomes. On the utility tax, with rates going up, and I agree with our mayor in that, not only does it affect renters, but natural gas affects people. It's socioeconomic. Who can afford to convert? I couldn't. So I'm stuck with natural gas weather. So if you raise that tax, I'm probably going to go cold for the winter. And I say that it seems to me a no-brainer for the TOT because it is the easiest, although it is not as much. And then, of course, the TUT, I am also for. My question is, and I apologize, maybe I should have done more homework, but we cannot do two measures because my thought is if we put one in now and then we go again a couple years later, the voters are going to say no. So can't we just do them both at once?
You can do however many you want at any one time. It's just trying to balance what the perception is as far as money, reaching for too much may have them say no. So it's just, again, it goes back to trying to figure out that strategy of what the public is willing to handle and what they're willing to approve.
So I think that with regards to education, that might really make the difference if people know what it is that their taxes are going to pay for, such as the ambassador program or whatever it might be. That might make the difference. That's all. Thanks.
Can I ask a question which in my mind is what's driving me to say yes, hire a consultant? I mean, your department is small, Tabitha. I mean, do we have the staff time or bandwidth to really do this kind of consulting that we're looking at here and do this kind of outreach? Because in my mind, I don't think we have the staff availability to do that.
I don't think we have the staff or even the expertise. This is this is something that these folks do, day in, day out. They have it down to a science. Even simple things like how you word the questions, how you get the information from people, what you ask, how you ask it, how you reach out to those people. Because again, we're really trying to reach the people that we're not hearing from. Because, we don't hear from every voter in the city. You really want to reach the people that aren't talking to you, that maybe you don't have a relationship with, who aren't showing up, who are not going to be your typical person that provides you their opinion. So I think that's, I think it really, if you want to go forward, especially if you want to look at a longer term, perspective, which is this is what we're going to bring in the fall of November because we've looked at it. This is what the public can handle. They're supportive of this. Maybe we look at it in the future. But I do think it provides you a level of expertise that nobody, and no offense to anybody in our city staff, but I don't think anybody has that expertise or that time to do a thorough job that we need to be done.
Could I ask, part of their job would be then to also develop that education, through the data that they have collected, so we know how to target?
So they're not necessarily going to do the specific, this is your education program, but they're certainly going to provide us information on what people are interested in, words, phrases, how it should be structured, what people support. So it would certainly be part of what we put forward and the information we provide. And I think the other piece here is to really look. We as governments don't always do a great job of communicating, and we are often misinterpreted. And I think this is one of those areas that we want to be very clear going into it, and as much information as we can get to craft that, and how we talk and how we word these, and what we actually put in the writing of the language of the ballot is going to be key if we're going to have success.
Are we able to provide information on our various programs that we feel are important so that they, when they do their?
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Because again, this is all about providing the services and the programs that our voters are willing to pay for. So if they're not talking to them specifically about that, they're not going to be able to provide us the information we need, which is what the voters will support.
Okay.
Or
then
not.
In that case, I think that it might be money well spent.
And I want to add to, and just thank you, Stacy, for sharing, your school board experience too with that, because, it's invaluable. And so seeing it firsthand, and, I don't think any of the rest of us, have a lot of experience with ballot measure tax consultants. And so, I think that's some really good insight just of what they can actually do and the service that they can provide, and seeing it firsthand. So just thank you for bringing that up.
Well, and, there's things that we're wondering about, and it's pretty amazing. They will come back and they might say, yeah, the TOT, that's a slam dunk. That we can assure you that will pass. And your TUT, we have this like percentage or level of confidence. It is scientific. It's just like when you pull people for anything, when you hire the companies there, and it doesn't take them very long once they have their, the parameters and what they're looking for and asking for. It's pretty quick. And I was skeptical the first time around when we did it, but everything that the firm said, it worked out that way. And we actually asked for two things that year. We asked for, it was two different asks on that ballot. And they told us, yes, you're going to get both of them. And we were pretty skeptical, and we got both of them.
So I guess my one last question is, if we were going to stagger, right, and not put this TUT until 2026, do we have the funding until 2026 to keep these programs running?
I don't know that I can answer that tonight, but it is something that we will look at, and we certainly, and again, I can't guarantee it even when we come back with the budget, but we can provide you projections based on these assumptions and revenue and expenditures, yes or no. But we can put that forward.
Yeah, so I guess when we put them on the ballot, to me, would be, if we have the funding, because we can't let these things lapse that are so important. So that's where I'm at.
All right. Any other, thoughts or discussion from the council? Or so do we need a motion here, Tabitha, or do you have direction to go forward? It sounds like we're all sounding pretty on board with kind of getting started early on some consultation to then find out what's going to be successful, and should we do it now or later?
So I'm being told that we're good with direction, and any decision, any final decision will come back to you anyways.
Okay, well, thank you, folks, for a great discussion, and thank you, Tabitha, for your presentation. Let me get the temperature of the room. We're good. We're powering through. Okay, great. That takes us then to item D tonight, which is to introduce ordinance number 1565, amending Title 7, Chapter 2 of the Arcata Municipal Code pertaining to the use of public sewers and pretreatment of wastewater, waive reading of the text and consent to read by title only, and adopt an enforcement response plan for the sewer chapter of the Arcata Municipal Code. And so we have a Director of Environmental Services, Emily Sinkhorn.
Good evening there, Vice Mayor and council members. So the item before you is to introduce an ordinance to make two smaller updates to the sewer chapter of the Arcata Municipal Code, as well as to adopt an enforcement response plan, which is really related to the sewer chapter and really kind of codifies how the city identifies, documents, and responds to violations of the sewer code. So that's what is before you. The purpose, we have a lot of important information regulations in the Arcata Municipal Code, but the sewer code, I'd say the main purpose is to ensure that our wastewater treatment plant can effectively treat what gets flushed down the toilet, what goes down the drain at an industry, what goes down the drain at a food establishment, Also to make sure that our city personnel are safe when maintaining our sewer collection system, as well as at the wastewater treatment plant. The other purpose is so that we stay under the guidance and the laws of our NPDES permit, which enables us to have our wastewater treatment plant. Also to enable that we're ensuring high quality water quality going out to the bay. This also really ensures that we're treating different users equitably for what is also going down the drain. So that's kind of the bigger picture purpose of the sewer chapter. When we talk about having a pre-treatment program, that is really the program that enables us to assess if food establishments have a grease interceptor so we don't clog our drains and clog the drains, and sewers on the way to the treatment plant. For industrial users, making sure that we know that there aren't pollutants of concern that are going into the sewer system. And so we are, as city staff, dedicate a lot of effort to this pre-treatment program, and it's very robust. We have codified the protocols and procedures for our pre-treatment program and what to do if there's a violation. Pre-COVID, we had worked with consultants to document all of that into an actual formal plan. And then COVID happened and we've picked it back up again to complete it. And so that is what is the second kind of recommendation in this agenda item, is all of those years of work, but really codifying what we already do in the city and I think do robustly. The two changes or updates to the sewer code are really around that pre-treatment program, and it adds some language regarding that the department can deny or conditionally approve if there's new or increased contributions to the sewer system, such as if industry starts a new process and there's going to be potential for new contaminants. And also adding a section providing language for if one of those industrial permitted users has a on-site treatment system before it goes into the sewer, that they have to notify the department if they have to bypass that. So these are two small updates, but it is really to ensure that we are up to date with all of the federal requirements. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions?
I have one. You were talking a lot about industrial use. Is that not necessarily, I'm thinking of Cal Poly Humboldt and the Craftsman Mall and how that might impact us.
Yeah, so we continually, when new businesses start and get a business license, our staff review those, and if it's a business that has the potential to have some inputs to the wastewater treatment system that we want to be aware of, we have them fill out a survey. And we have 5 permitted industrial permittees in our pre-treatment program, and Cal Poly is one of them. And so they have a pre-treatment staff person under their, I think, their risk management department. And so we communicate a lot with them, and as any permitted user, they provide of reports on time, and so that the new development at Cal Poly will be wrapped into what they are reporting to the city.
Thank you.
And while we haven't seen their final plans for what food service will be, I'm doubtful that there would be any huge requirements around pretreatment. I mean, typically it's around the labs associated with Cal Poly and potential chemicals versus standard residential type wastewater, which will be predominantly what comes from housing.
Questions? Any other questions or comments from the council before we open it up to public comment? Is there anybody waiting to comment on this item? Not seeing anybody in person. Is there anybody online? All right, I will bring it back to the council and entertain a motion for this exciting wastewater.
All right, so
We're so moved for wasting.
I'm going to make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1565, and just read the whole thing. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Arcata adding sections 7472.5F and 7492.6 bypass to Chapter 2 sewers of Title 7 Public Works of the Arcata Municipal Code, waive reading of text and consent to read by title only, and adopt an enforcement response plan for the sewer chapter of the Arcata Municipal Code.
I'll second. Okay. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, Emily. All right, I'm going to turn it over to our city attorneys for our next items here. So we are going to receive a presentation on the Ralph M. Brown Act.
And now for the exciting part of the evening. I know. So while these two items, are related, Ms. Goldstein's going to take the first item, and I'll take the second one. So.
Okay, great. Well, for the exciting portion of the meeting, good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight, we have a Brown Act presentation. I consider it maybe less of a presentation and more designed to elicit discussion, comments, questions from the council, and obviously including public comment as well. It's a very robust presentation, so there may be some points in it where I might not necessarily dive into depth, but again, it's a very comprehensive overview of the Brown Act. This has been provided to staff. We can post it online, provide it to the public as well as a handy reference, and for the council as well. But my hope is that as we go through this presentation, PowerPoint, at any point when we stop a section, I'm going to ask to see if the council has any questions, comments, or feedback. Because again, this is designed to really answer any of your burning questions regarding the Brown Act. And because of that, again, very inclusive, and there's some points where we may just skip over a few things. But let's go ahead and get started. The intention of this is really to discuss best practices regarding the Brown Act, because it's a very comprehensive body of law that's been codified into the government code, and it's otherwise known as California's Sunshine Law for local governments. So here's a general table of contents of the things that we're going to discuss. We'll focus on, I think we'll be focusing on specific categories and maybe just general overview on others. So let's start with what's the purpose and applicability of the Brown Act generally. The intent of it, the basic tenet is the law is intended to prevent backroom dealing. Government is determined by the legislature in 1953, is best served in safeguarding the public's right to the access and participation at a local government setting, at pretty much every level of government. The fundamental tenet is transparency. That is what you will hear over and over again. It is intended to provide meaningful public access and, again, prevent decisions from being made in secret. So who does the Brown Act apply to? Generally speaking, we're talking about legislative bodies. Legislative bodies are basically at the local level, city council, your subsidiary bodies, so any appointed commissions, committees that are standing bodies. The exception to this is that it does not apply to ad hoc advisory committees. So that applies when you're talking about a less than a quorum. So for your legislative body, you have 5 council members. So a quorum constitutes 3. And as you all know, we're going to talk about serial meetings because that really comes into play then. So an ad hoc advisory committee are made up of 2 council members. And then again, ad hoc on a limited basis, they don't necessarily have to follow the Brown Act. But again, the idea is to maintain the transparency and communication to the public and to the council as well. So what are the big areas that we're talking about with the Brown Act? The main thing, focus on meetings. What is a meeting? What constitutes regular meetings, special meetings, etc.? And what are the rules associated with it? The Brown Act, and I mentioned this earlier in response to the question that the Vice Mayor posed, the Brown Act establishes a baseline. We're looking at a minimum legal requirement in order to fulfill this idea of transparency and providing access. So these are baseline requirements. The council can impose on itself and its subsidiary bodies additional, more strict requirements, but this is a baseline. And the basic idea here is we want two things. We want an agenda that's posted in advance of any public meeting, and it needs to provide the opportunity for public comment. And there's a lot of detail that goes into that, but those are big picture, that's what we're focused on. There is to be no action or discussion on items that are not included on the agenda. And essentially look at it from the perspective of it's a balancing act. You're trying to balance effective governance and transparency. You can't envision every possible iteration of something that can happen at a meeting, but the basic approach that when we're advising clients about agenda language and noticing is you want to provide enough information to a member of the public so that they understand and they know whether they actually want to be involved in it and provide comment. They need to be able to understand fully what's being considered. Again, when we'll talk about the specifics of this, it's very general. We can't go into every possible iteration, alternative, or where the discussion will go, but general tenet, what is going to be discussed generally, and you have an opportunity to provide comments. So it's probably a good time to ask now. Are there any questions about what you've heard so far regarding basic meeting requirements? Maybe. Yes. Yes?
And when we have our agendas, it's my understanding that you guys review our agendas to make sure that we are in compliance.
Yes, so as part of our work with staff, leading up to a meeting, we know generally what's going to go on the agenda, so we forecast several meetings in advance. And from a structural standpoint, you have a format on how the agenda is formatted and worded, and we do help staff, again, if there's any questions, concerns about how something should be worded or presented to the council. So what is a meeting? Generally speaking, it's, again, as I mentioned, it's a quorum of the majority of decision makers. It applies generally to any possible way that you can communicate. So it doesn't mean that you only have meetings here. You could theoretically have improper meetings outside of your dais, outside of your chambers, and we're going to talk about what that means. But again, the idea is that we have to stay away from any kind of consensus being formed outside of the formal meeting process. So as part of this presentation, again, I alluded to it. I have several examples, it would be good for discussion, but generally speaking, the first example here is you cannot have a quorum meet, discuss generally any item that's within your subject matter jurisdiction outside of a notice meeting, and because that essentially would violate the Brown Act, and that would be considered a serial meeting. So again, as I mentioned, we have examples, but we'll talk through this, and you can let me know if you have any questions about what a meeting could be or not be. Now, more importantly, I always say that legislation seems to lag behind practical realities of life, including advances in technology. The legislature did recently, in recent years, adopt a bill, AB 992, to address social media, because that's a big question is, well, how can we interact? We interact with people online every day. How does that apply to the meeting context and the work that we do, in this case at the city level? What this bill states is the basic rule now that we have to follow is a majority of the members can't be on the same social media platform to discuss agency business together. So we advise generally, it's not a good idea. You could be friends in real life, but you may not necessarily want to be friends online. And it's because it's so easy, as you all know, scrolling through a social media post, you see something that somebody posts, and you might just click like, or you might, different ways of liking things on Instagram, Facebook, etc. That could be a violation under the Brown Act. So the issue and why this is so important to note is that even if it's not 3 or more of you communicating on one particular post, if all it takes is one member to respond and like a post, and that's what violates the Brown Act now under this rule. And very specifically, it includes reactions and emojis. So that my example is you might like a post, a thumbs up on Facebook or a heart on Instagram. That essentially violates the Brown Act. So it's a very easy way to violate it inadvertently. And so, again, best practices is to avoid interacting with social media posts of your fellow legislative body members, and to ensure that you do not violate the law. Now, an example I was asked before is, well, what about the city's social media page? And if they post something and you want to share it, or if you want to like it, that's different, because that's the entity that's pushing out that information. This is specific posts that are created by individual members. Question.
So I think about 'cause I feel like a lot of us use our social media for informational for public too. So we're having this meeting tonight. There's no necessarily opinion. I'm going to vote this way tonight on this thing, but it's hey, we're having this meeting or this workshop or whatever, come on down. Is that same parameter? And I guess you just suggest best practices don't like your fellow members' things unless they're personal, I like a picture of Meredith and her kids. Yay.
Absolutely. Not within the subject matter of the jurisdiction. That's perfectly fine. But it's a little bit of a slippery slope. And so you have to be judicious and keep these rules in mind, because, again, the standards that we're all held to are difficult. They're higher standards. And again, it's for the reasons that you hold a position of public trust, and enforcement is self-policing.
Okay. But for example, Mayor Schaefer and I were at a Home Away from Home event on Sunday. She made a very cute reel, which I don't know how to do, but she posted it and we're both in it together. Is that a violation? Since
This is a community event.
It was a community event.
And it's city-sponsored event. It's a city-sponsored event, but it's not, how would I say this? It's not regarding something specific that you're doing. It's just something that's generally happening. So again, it could be a little bit of a gray area, but in this specific example, no. So
unless we're Brown Act buddies, though. Right? If we went to a Gateway outreach event and I posted a selfie of us, but we're Gateway buddies, is that allowed?
Go ahead.
So I'm asking too many what-if questions.
No.
I'll tone it down.
So I do love the fact Arcata is our only city that we represent that has Brown Act buddies.
Yeah.
So
I've shared that information with some of our other clients, and they've told me, well, we already do that. We just don't have a title for it. So now they do.
Yeah. So we appreciate that part of what you taught us. So.
Could I just ask a quick question? If an item is not going to be agendized anytime in the future, or that we would even ever have it agendized, is it okay to discuss that then?
No, it's not tied to whether you're going to consider it or could consider it. The basic issue is it something the council could consider, right? So is it an action that they could take at some point, period? And that's because what we're trying to avoid is really knowing how each other feel. Not only knowing how each other feel, but projecting that to the public. Because again, this is a communication that's very public, and other people will see this, and they will. And the bigger problem is if, for example, there's 3 of you that are on social media, and 2 of you communicate with each other on a post, the third person could see it. And there's 3, and there constitutes your quorum. So that's essentially, the law is assuming that if you're on social media and 2 of you respond and communicate with each other back and forth, you'd still have the possibility of a third member seeing it. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
So if somebody is posting something that is on our agenda, and as long as none of us respond, we're good?
Yes. Now,
Okay.
the advisability of that is a different issue. But yes, from a Brown Act standpoint, you would be fine as long as no one else responds.
Okay.
But
And I apologize, I'm just wondering, so topics can be quite broad. So for example, I'm helping to do a coat and camping equipment drive for the unhoused. That's not going to be an issue, right?
That in and of itself, no. And
Okay.
if you, no. No,
Good.
if you,
Just wanna be in trouble.
let's take that as an example, though. You decide you want to post a social media post about events related to that, where you're doing the drive, and then we have another council member say, that's a really great idea, I think the city should actually provide financial sponsorship to that.
Then
That's the problem.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay. But alone as just volunteering with the community, not an issue.
That's fine.
Okay, thank
So
you for
just to
that.
give you a couple other examples, somebody that your guys are friends with, not you yourselves, posts about a pothole. And so then somebody says city should fix it, and then all of a sudden you guys like it or something like that. That's within the jurisdiction of the city. Same thing with a busy street, like, hey, there needs to be more cop enforcement over there, or there needs to be, we need to put speed bumps in there, that could trigger it.
So stop commenting on public Facebook pages that all of us read.
Yes, again, and that best practices is to avoid putting yourself in that position.
Oh,
Okay. So serial meetings. Let's talk about serial meetings. This is probably something that you heard about, know a little bit about. A serial meeting basically is a big no-no. It's you don't want to create a serial meeting. The technical definition is a series of communications in many different ways. We'll talk about the two main categories of serial meetings. They're strictly prohibited. They cannot happen. It circumvents the intent of the law. You're finding a creative way of deliberating and making a decision without being together in a noticed meeting. It's very easy to violate, and the problem is that it's tricky because it can also involve other people who are not elected that can be conduits to a potential serial meeting. So let's talk about the two general examples, the daisy chain and the hub and spoke. A daisy chain is equivalent to a game of telephone. It is, you're only communicating with another member of your legislative body, but that member then contacts someone else and shares information that they received with the first person, and it goes in succession. Are you all speaking together? Are you all huddled in a back room discussing the issue you cannot talk about? No, but ultimately, by the time it gets to the third person, that third person knows exactly how two other members feel about something, and that is why it's not permitted. A hub and spoke is where you have an intermediary who provides information outwardly and inwardly and every which way, and essentially communicates things and how people feel, and it basically leads to the same type of Brown Act violation. Under the scenario, it could be anyone. It could be a staff member. It could be a member of the public. Members of the public, and it's a difficult situation, and it's a balance. Members of the public are not subject to the Brown Act. They don't understand it, and they're not required to. But as elected officials and even staff, because we're subject to the Brown Act, we do have to know what the rules are. We are obligated under the law to basically not lead you astray. So under this scenario, you can have a staff member be the hub in sharing information about this example, an upcoming agenda item, and you state, well, I spoke with council member X, they feel a certain way, but I also spoke with council member Y and they feel a certain way. You haven't spoken with those council members, but you have now heard and now know how they feel about a particular item, and that's the problem. It could be intentional, it could be unintentional, and because of that, it's incumbent on staff members as well to know how to communicate things properly. We can serve as a hub in the sense that we disseminate information and we can answer questions individually. We can know how you all feel, but as long as we're not communicating that to all of you, then we're okay. So, are there any questions about these two general scenarios?
So are staff members, are subject to the Brown Act in the same way that elected officials are, or?
They're subject to knowing. We're required to know what the parameters are under the law, but in terms of violations, it's the elected officials that suffer the consequences. So yes, you carry
they're not
all
subject
the
to it,
burden.
but they can help us violate it.
Yes, you carry all the burden associated with that. That's correct. So I'll have another example. We'll have that as part of the presentation. just a very short example, what are other types of meetings outside of your regular meetings, special meetings? They require specific agenda requirements for postings, emergency meetings, adjourned meetings. So those are all technical requirements. The Brown Act is interesting in that it's so all-encompassing. It's the overarching policy, and then there's very specific rules associated on how you have to notice things, where you can notice them, etc. So to wrap up the topic of meetings, here are some general rules for meetings that you should be aware of, but you're not all necessarily responsible for, especially when it comes to the agenda. That's more of a staff issue, but it's good for you to know. Generally speaking, you need to meet within the boundaries of your local agency. There are some exceptions. This is not a problem. You have, from an infrastructure standpoint, you're good. The law does require that the minutes, or there's some type of documentation to report how each member votes. That, again, that's not a problem here, but you'd be surprised on how some of these issues, we've identified them because you just imagine there's been an issue somewhere else, not here though. A big one is information provided to the entire legislative body must be shared with the public. So that, again, in terms of the transparency and providing complete information and access to everybody, the rule is when information is provided to the council in final form in preparation for an actual item that you're going to take, we're required under the law to provide that to the public basically at the same time. So you should not have information collectively that's open for consideration at a meeting and not have the public also have that information at the same time. So again, things can happen, the timing on things, but that's a general rule. Yes.
So, and does that apply, I'm thinking about like public comments as well, because we get emails that go through the CMO's office that are then distributed to all of us. Is that included in that same kind of parameter?
I believe that information is probably included as part of the agenda. Right now, the rule is to include that information as part of the agenda.
I think she's referring to information that comes in after the posting of the agenda.
Or like blue folder, yeah.
Yeah, well, we have referred to as blue folder because back when we printed everything, they went into blue folders, and then we would put copies in the back of the room.
Well, and that meets the requirement because it's included in your blue folder, but it's also provided, there's a public copy. And again, it might be dynamic. The point would be to have it as part of the minutes and reflected as part of the record of the meeting. Sure.
I just want to go back one slide. So just because this gets confused a lot of times. So you have your regular meetings, 72-hour notice, special meetings, 24-hour notice, and emergency meetings, which is basically can happen immediately. Sorry. A lot of people say, just call an emergency meeting, it's an emergency. So our standard from a very practical standpoint, so everybody understands it, is an emergency meeting is of such a nature that it could not at all ever wait 24 hours to be heard. Like it has to be something that can't even wait 24 hours. So there's a whole bunch of more details to it, but from a very practical standpoint, that's kind of like the guiding principle in terms of emergency meeting, because it's just a term that gets thrown out because people, I think, confuse emergency and special meetings all the time. So.
And can I ask, because I saw on your other slide, because it was talking about public comment must be taken on items on the agenda and for items not on the agenda, but that's not the case for special meetings, right? Or I've been told that. So what's the deal with special meetings?
The rule for special meetings is that it literally states in the Brown Act that you must provide the ability to provide public comment on agendized items. Yes, only on agendized items. So again, the idea is that you're funneling. It's a special meeting for a reason. It's for a very specific purpose. So public comment should be limited to that specific issue. Regular meetings are broader. There's a more free flow of information, and so that's why we have general non-agendized public comment items.
But there's also limitations that come with special meetings. So for instance, like ordinances, so what makes up your code, generally speaking, cannot be adopted at a special meeting. Those have to be adopted at regular meetings. So there's some protections.
They can be introduced, right? I feel like
they can be introduced, but they cannot be adopted. That's correct. So but that's a protection measure to make sure that anything that's going to go into your code is going to be at a regular scheduled meeting. So if somebody doesn't get a notice or, doesn't know in time, that couldn't happen in the case of an ordinance.
And to round out the general rules for meetings, with just what the mayor just mentioned, allowing public comment periods for items not on the agenda and for each item included on the agenda is specifically written into the Brown Act. And the Brown Act, there is this idea that there's a reasonable time limitations allowed under law for public comment. Public comment requirements. Again, it's a good transition. The idea again is public comment should be allowed for pretty much anything on the agenda. The idea is you allow an opportunity for the public to speak basically on items that you're going to discuss, and we have it for non-agendized items on things that you're not going to discuss, but are general import for the community. Again, mentioned you can provide time limits as long as you're consistent. And that's the important thing to remember is consistency, because it becomes a due process issue in terms of fairness and equity and making sure that everybody has the same ability and the same amount of time. There is flexibility, and I think we have the specific rules. We're going to talk about that during protocol presentation about flexibility for the chair to provide a little bit additional time. The question then becomes how much additional time and to how many people. So there is not a science to it, but the idea is equity, being fair to all, and not disproportionately giving their ability to have some people speak extremely over the time limit and others just cutting them off and saying that they're done. That's the general rule. So public comment, generally speaking, a good rule of thumb. Public comment is intended to be an opportunity for statements and to share and express opinions. It is not an opportunity for debate. And that's something that I think is important because, again, we're talking about the balance of allowing free flow of information, but you also need to effectively carry out your meetings. So public comment isn't designed as an opportunity for members of the public to direct specific, it's not designed this way. Again, I understand that it's part of the flow of the meeting, things can be dynamic, but for members of the public to essentially demand answers from staff or even from the council, but it's to make statements. And again, also not to direct their comments to other members of the public because they're here to speak to you. You're the decision makers, you're the ones who have the authority to make decisions, and so all comments should be directed to you. Good rule of thumb that I usually use with council because, again, in a dynamic situation, it's sometimes hard to get everybody on the same page. Generally speaking, all questions should be directed to the council. It's up to the council on who they want to ask, if at all, to answer those questions. So it's perfectly appropriate for the chair to, in this case the mayor, to receive those questions, say those very worthy of some answers. City manager, can you please provide an answer to X, Y, Z? Community development director, city attorney, etc. Because again, the idea is they're speaking to you and not directing it to staff. The council acts as the body that conducts the meeting. So that, keeping that in mind is going to be helpful in maintaining an efficient meeting and making sure that the things are running smoothly. Yes.
All right, so speaking on, if we're talking about public comment, does seating time, does that fall into Brown Act or is that more of a protocol decision?
It's more of a protocol decision. It is not, there's no regulations regarding seating time. Seating time is actually a point of discussion for our protocol, but that's a good question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, what we're telling you here is what the legal requirements are. So there's no legal requirement to allow it or prohibit you from allowing it to exist. So that's why it becomes part of the protocol. Just the last thing is, in some jurisdictions take a very broad interpretation, some jurisdictions take a very narrow interpretation, but it does say specifically in the law that during public comment, it has to be matters that are within the jurisdiction of the agency itself, so.
Well, and I feel like with, it's very awkward, when people ask a question and it feels awkward to just sit there and not answer, but that is proper protocol. And I guess my concern comes in when people do ask questions, and if we want to flip those to staff, there could be like an equity issue. If Nubia is always showing up and asking questions and I flip those to staff and Doug asks and I don't, I feel like that's a problem. And so I feel like when I was mayor, I very rarely passed those questions on unless it was, we really had a question. Sometimes it does bring up something that the council is like, oh, that's a really good thing, let's talk about it. But just every question that gets asked, I just feel like that's dangerous because it could be unfair.
Yes, I mean, yes. I was going to make another point, but I forgot it.
Thank you for, you'll remember
I'll
as
remember in a minute.
as we go through. Again, I think the main thing to remember in those situations is the equity and being fair to all and trying to keep in mind, and it's also perfectly appropriate to say, especially for non-agendized comments, is that's not on the agenda tonight. Thank you for raising that important point. City Manager, can you please indicate who's the best person for this person to speak to about this issue offline, et cetera. So that's
I remember the point now.
Following up.
It's also, when we're going through the Brown Act, and this is going to be built into the policies that you currently have and some of the things that we want to at least have for matters of topics of conversation tonight in the next presentation. It's also kind of best practices. And so, part of that best practices is when you approach this as this is an opportunity for somebody to make some statements to you, give you their opinion on something, and your job as electeds to basically take that in and have them make sure that they've been heard. So we don't typically ever recommend that we answer questions, whether it's directed or not, live and in the moment. Let everybody finish their comments. And then once public comments close, we bring it back to the council, and then staff answers all those questions. In part because, again, this is not a debate, and sometimes it goes back and forth and it gets into question of people's time. And then in addition to it, in the modern era, we approach meetings completely different because we've had bad things happen at meetings, and part of our jobs and what's recommended by the League of California Cities and otherwise is to make sure that we de-escalate meetings so that everybody feels comfortable, feels like they have an opportunity to be heard, and it doesn't become, personal, and we don't do things that could maybe raise emotions by getting in debates with them. So that's our recommendation, as always, and these are built in the policies. It's let everybody make their statements, ask their questions, it comes back to council, and then you all can decide if you want us to address one or more of them.
Next topic for discussion is agendas. You, as the council, are not responsible for ensuring certain rules are followed on the agenda. That's our job. That's staff's job to make sure that we're following the Brown Act requirements. You need to be aware of what they are because ultimately you are responsible under the Brown Act to ensure that the city is following the rules. So that's why we've included this as part of the presentation. And Doug alluded to this earlier. Generally speaking, the Brown Act requires that agendas be posted under the current, there's been recent changes about city website use and posting, but the general rule is you're posting it at locations that are accessible to members of the public. Now you have to post it on the website, and there is a requirement to communicate it to parties that have requested to be on a distribution list. So that is built into the Brown Act. Regular meetings require 72 hours advance posting. Special meetings are at least 24 hours in advance, and emergency meetings they can, as long as they're posted no less than an hour in advance, then you meet the requirements. But again, very specific rules regarding emergency meetings. You have to actually make findings that the circumstances warrant an emergency. An emergency is truly an emergency. It's a threat to infrastructure, public safety, something that it's that type of an emergency. Because I've had questions of, well, is an emergency meeting, can it constitute, there's a grant that's going to expire between now and the next meeting, and we really want to get this in. That's not what it's intended to cover. It's truly a on the boots on the ground type of emergency that we can address. There are some exceptions about meetings and items being added to an agenda because information wasn't known at the time, so you can add that. So there are provisions for adding items to an agenda, but again, you have to make findings and you have to go through an extra few steps. So there are circumstances that can happen. You don't have to worry about that. That would be us, for our job to present it to you and make sure that you go through the checklist of things that you need to take action on. Any questions about that? Okay. Very extensive discussion, but what does the Brown Act require in terms of descriptions about the agenda? Remember, we discussed this a little bit earlier. The general rule of thumb is your agenda sets the tone for the meeting, and should provide members of the public an opportunity to know whether or not they're interested in participating, right? That is the general rule of thumb. The Brown Act does state you need to provide only a general description of what is going to take place, and actually builds into the statute, generally speaking, 20 words or less are sufficient to provide that information. You don't have to provide every possible iteration. It is general topics. The counter to that, again, is you need to provide enough information for somebody to know what the actual item is about. It needs to contain enough description, and there's case law regarding this. There's no requirement, every possible action, every possible iteration. The council cannot act on any item that's not listed on the agenda. We've discussed that unless there are exceptions. And it's what I just alluded to, emergency items, and then an item not included on the agenda if you determine that immediate action is necessary for an item to be taken on at that time. Situations where brief discussion is allowed without being included on the agenda is, of course, obviously, it's a dynamic meeting. There's members of the public who have, again, same situation we just talked about. They have questions about some particular event that's happening in the next few days or in the future. Announcements of a general nature. It's as the flow of the meeting continues, you are going to have questions about that, and it's perfectly fine to discuss that. It's discussion in this sense is different than action. The big thing is you can't act and take action as a body unless it's included on the agenda. You can discuss certain things as the natural flow, but again, you're deliberating, and the other thing is it's easy to deviate from this when, again, members of the public want to elicit a discussion, a question, and then everybody wants to talk about it. But that, again, it's our job to be essentially the bad guy, to let you know we're probably straying a little too far, and you'll probably hear that sometimes, hopefully not, but we've had to do that. And again, it's your job to just have the discussion. It's our job to let you know, make sure you're following the Brown Act. So again, it's not intended to cut you off or disrupt the flow. We need to follow the Brown Act. The agenda packet, again, describes the items that are being included in the meeting, includes all related documentation. As I stated before, once documents pertaining to an agenda item are made available to the legislative body and the public at the same time. There is now the requirement about the agenda being posted on the website, so that's now the rule. I have another example about adequate agenda description. It's always open for so the basic rule on that is that it could be open to interpretation, but we're looking at it from an objective standard. Do we have enough information to let the public know what they need to know? Not what opinions are, not what people think they may want to talk about or hear about. It's just generally speaking what's being discussed. Closed session. So this is the big exception to the Brown Act. We've been talking about transparency and open communication. Closed session is the one time where you can take action and discuss things behind closed doors that don't involve members of the public. They don't have an opportunity to interject. They do have an opportunity to provide public comment. We'll talk about how that works. But this is the big exception under the Brown Act, and there's very specific rules about what topics you can talk about, because you can't talk about just any category of things. Allowed topics for closed session are set by statute, and they're very specific. Personnel matters, labor negotiations, litigation, whether it's threatened litigation, actual litigation, or the decision to initiate litigation, real estate negotiations, and threat to public services or facilities. There's very specific language that must be used under the Brown Act for that, and that is where the city attorney works very closely with the city clerk's office to ensure that we have the right description as part of the agenda. I mentioned this basically encapsulates what we just discussed. Here's some examples. You've seen it before. We had closed session tonight, and we believe we had an anticipated litigation item. Very specific language that the code requires. So, any questions about closed session, generally speaking? Okay. Teleconferencing. So teleconferencing has gone through its ups and downs in terms of the rules. I'd like to describe the two categories as the original rules and the new rules. The original rules are probably what you're the most familiar with, what used to be pre-COVID, because we'll use pre-COVID, post-COVID. That the idea is the law essentially wants for you all to be together in the same place to deliberate, discuss, and make decisions. If someone is absent, the law allows for that individual to participate under very specific rules. The original rules, and we'll go through that, require essentially for that member to conduct what I'll call a mini meeting wherever they're at. All the requirements apply. The posting of the agenda, the opportunity to provide public comment, it must be in a location that's actually accessible to the public. And then the fundamental rule is you have to have a quorum. You still have to have at least 3 of you present together in order for there to be 1 or 2 members out participating that way. So these are what I'll call the original default rules. Now, COVID shook everything up. And as you can tell, even though it's been a few years since COVID, even in our other presentations tonight, there is just this reoccurring theme that things changed after COVID. We had a state of emergency. There were the governor's orders that adjusted the rules for public meetings. After all of that ended, we now have AB 2449. AB 2449 is very specific, and it's what I'll call a compromise between the need to hold meetings and understand that people may be sick. People may need to take, elected officials need to take care of family members who are sick. Maybe they're traveling on city business. Balancing that with a very strong sense from advocates for public transparency that we need to have some rules in place on how you participate remotely. So the basic tenet under 2449 is you can participate under a just cause exception or an emergency exception. And I have a chart included in the presentation. It'd be handy for you to have for future reference. Again, and for the default as to all of these items, any questions that you have about this, please feel free to reach out to your city manager and to our office. We can answer any of those questions regarding how you apply 2449. But essentially, it's if you are, just cause is childcare, caregiving reasons, a contagious illness, whether you're traveling on work on official business, in emergency circumstances, it's a physical or family medical emergency that prevents you from attending. You can participate, basically even as up to the start of the meeting. Remember I mentioned the old rules, the original rules require that your agenda be posted at a certain location, but that's not how real life works. Emergencies happen, and the day of something goes wrong and you need to participate remotely because a child is sick or you're traveling on city business. This allows you to do that without having to follow those rules, but there's very specific rules that we have to follow. So we've included a chart about the specifics of each category, and the law requires that there's a notification to the public generally about why you're not there. Actually, a good example of this is if you recall at the last city council meeting that we were present at, Councilmember White attended remotely under 2449, and the mayor went through a very specific step-by-step of asking questions and ensuring that the public knew exactly what was going on, and that was to fulfill these requirements.
Could I ask a quick question? I was curious as to why you needed to know if there was somebody over 18.
Absolutely. That's built into the language of AB 2449, is that you have to identify any members of you must state on the record during the meeting your justification for attending remotely and identify anyone 18 or older in the room with you and your relation to them.
My question is why?
Why? Because it's built into the statute, and I think the idea behind that is you are not here physically, and the rule is that the public should be able to be where you're at, but under these rules, they're not, let's say, for example, you're at home, you're ill, you're not going to let members of the public in, so you provide that information so that everybody knows. And the other idea behind this is we want to know, the law wants to know, essentially, is there anyone there who potentially could influence your decision, right?
So like if you are married, say, and your husband was present because he was sick too, and you weren't going to chase him out of the home,
right,
you would just identify that?
Yes.
Yes, thanks.
Are there any questions about AB 2449? Again, they're very specific requirements, and there's the checklist of things that we have to go through. And again, relatively new law, but it's something that we're working through. There are limitations. You can't, it's almost like it's like a hall pass. You can't use the just cause exception more than twice in a calendar year. And the overall restriction is you can't keep using these reasons to appear remotely that would lead you to for a period of more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of the regular meetings of the local agency. So as you can imagine, when this law was passed, from an administrative standpoint, it is challenging to administer and kind of keep track of it because it could be potentially cumbersome. And because of that, I've actually had some councils decide, I don't know, it's a little questionable, but say we just don't want to either you're here in person or you're not, or you have to use the old rules because the administration of the new law is a little problematic. Again, that's neither here nor there. You have there was a question.
Yeah, so twice in a calendar year, just cause.
More than twice.
So if you are sick 3 times, you just don't come to the meeting. Is that how that works? Okay.
Yes. So that's teleconferencing. Any questions? Any other questions from what we heard? What? Yes.
Oh, I just was wondering, do you foresee any changes in that coming? Is there any discussion of that? Just looking at climate change and all of that, it's a little hard to justify driving to San Francisco for a 4-hour meeting, spending the night, all on the city's dime, coming back for a meeting when I could Zoom in.
Absolutely.
And I think people are frustrated by that.
And I think that those are the real life implications that I think the legislature is going to have to tackle. AB 2449 has a sunset date, and it's set to expire in 2026. So most likely there will be changes to it. But again, I think it's this balancing of the counter to that is, well, we don't want elected members to just literally just not decide to show up or go to every corner of the world and participate remotely, even though from practical reasons, there are probably good reasons for that. But again, it's that balance. So we'll see what the legislature does. And again, like I mentioned, this was a compromise between what I'll call the local agencies, local governments, and sunshine transparency advocates.
Just one last question, I promise this.
Oh, no, that's fine.
But I'm just thinking of places that they're snowed in and you can't get out. That means you don't get to, you can have this twice, and it's just cause, no matter what the cause is. So if you get sick twice and snowed in on the 3rd time, you just don't get to come. Is that correct?
The third time, right.
So
Right,
it's a
unless you can follow the old rules of the teleconferencing of holding your mini meeting somewhere and noticing it 72 hours in advance, making sure that in what I'll call the old days, it wasn't that long ago, but if you're on a trip for work, we've had to go through these meetings where council members had to coordinate for conference rooms at their hotel, make sure the agenda's posted, take a picture of it and make sure that it's been posted 72 hours in advance, because if there's any little deviation to that, you can't hold the meeting and you can't participate. So logistically, it's challenging. But again, we share this information because you need to know, but in practice, it's difficult to administer. And so again, that's our job, to make sure that we can help facilitate that for you. So we've talked about the general overview of the Brown Act. What are the rules? The big question is, well, what are the penalties? What happens is if I break a rule, whether it's on purpose, inadvertently, because as you can see, there's a lot of pitfalls. And you could potentially break the Brown Act with no ill intent, and it can happen. The law basically says you break it, you don't break it, the results could be the same. There is a small caveat to that when it comes to a criminal action that could be taken against an elected member, and we'll talk about what that means. So what are the type of penalties? When the law considers that, you know what, people make mistakes, things happen, and they're not intentional. When there's an allegation of a violation, the law does state that certain types of Brown Act violations allow for the opportunity to cure. For example, the best example of this is you take action on something that's not on the agenda, or you deviate from one of the agenda requirements. under certain circumstances, you can fix it. For example, let's say you take action on a contract that you shouldn't have, and because there's rules associated about contracts. For example, you cannot approve the contract for a high-level executive in a special meeting. It has to happen in a regular meetings. And it can't be on the consent calendar because you need to provide so there's rules. If you break that by accident, maybe just, inexperience or not knowledge of the law, something happens, the complainant, the person who's complaining about the Brown Act violation, is required to send you a notice and basically say, this is your opportunity to cure and correct, and the council can take action to fix the problem. You can't always fix every Brown Act issue, but there are certain exceptions under the Brown Act. So what happens if it's determined to be a Brown Act violation, and who determines that? Usually, and most likely, it's two courts. It's the legal court and it's the court of public opinion. And that's ultimately what we're going to talk about, is the loss of public trust for Brown Act violations. But more importantly, as to the legal aspect of it, it can lead to the invalidation of an action. And a court can basically say, you violated the Brown Act, you need to, or we're rescinding, legally rescinding that action, and you need to do it over again or not do it, and then pay all the associated, court cost fees associated with that. That the code does provide for a civil action for a member of the public to file an action against the entity or potentially individual members on the council. From a criminal standpoint, there's a provision that can charge an elected member for a misdemeanor. However, it's important because that could be scary to think that you could be charged with a crime for violating the Brown Act. The law requires that there's intent. So, and there has to be evidence, and someone has to prove. In this case, the district attorney would have to prove that you violated the Brown Act intentionally. So that's the mental intent component. You'd be responsible, or the city would be responsible for costs and attorney's fees in some type of legal action. If you win, you don't get your attorney's fees. And if you lose, you pay your attorney's fees and the other side's attorney's fees. So it's always against the local agency and not an individual member of the public. They file a lawsuit and they lose, they don't have to pay the city's fees. But again, what I talked about, the court of public opinion, the biggest damage that you can think of in terms of a violation of the Brown Act is the loss of public trust and the damage that it can cause to the reputation of the council, of staff, and again, for things that could be either intentional or unintentional. And that's why it's important to have periodic trainings and updates on the Brown Act, because again, it's self-policing, but we're all in this together, and we're helping each other out to make sure that we're fulfilling all the legal requirements under the law. Questions about penalties under the Brown Act? Okay, tips. So we talked about what the rules are and the scary results of what happens if you violate it. So what are some of the tips that we can share with you? Avoid discussing government business when there's 3 of you around anywhere in public. And so this idea of a Brown Act buddy is nice and safe. It's like you're communicating with one person and that's it, no more. That the good rule of thumb to help keep you in line. Again, that doesn't mean that if you're with a fellow council member and you run into another council member on the street, you head for the hills and run screaming in the other direction. But again, it's all about optics. A lot of times it's about optics. One example I love to use, and I think Doug will appreciate this in these trainings, is we had a client at one point, a former client, where council members are friends, right, outside of the council dynamic. And 3 council members had the habit of going, they had a tradition. After council meetings, the 3 of them would go to a local restaurant and have dinner after council meetings. And as you can imagine, as time progressed, there's all kinds of rumors, allegations. Oh, well, they're just talking about things that happened at the meeting, things that they shouldn't be. They're making decisions because coincidentally, they all seem to vote the same way on items, generally speaking. And they swore up and down that they were friends outside of the council, and they never engaged in anything improper. Can't necessarily prove it one way or the other, but a lot of times it's about optics. And so again, you're held to higher standard doesn't mean that you need to change your entire way of communicating and interacting with other people, but it's something to be aware of, and it's left to your best discretion and your judgment.
Can I add one thing?
But
Yes.
question following up on your story. But if it's something that has happened and it's done and it's been voted on and it's not going to be on an agenda anymore, is it a Brown Act violation to talk about that still?
It is
Okay.
because the issue is it's still within your subject matter jurisdiction. That's really the bottom line, because we don't know the future. Something could change, something may come up, and the idea of talking about things that you can make decisions on in the future, even if it's a remote possibility, that's what needs to be avoided.
I mean, funny anecdote in that specific example, I had members of the public running up to them, taking a picture and then running away and then publishing it in the local newspaper. So it creates interesting dynamics that probably are better to avoid.
Right. Technology, big potential pitfalls. I always tell elected officials, the Brown Act is asking you to communicate in ways that are completely unnatural to you, but that's the best way to look at it. Emails. So big tip. You receive emails from staff, and there's a lot of times where, for efficiency's sake, we can send out one big blast to all of you at the same time. Best practice, BCC the council. And so a lot of times, so my internal practice is when I have to communicate something of a very short time frame in written form to the council members, I always put a disclaimer. All the council members have been blind copied on this email and do not respond, period, right? So reply alls are very dangerous. BCC is your friend. Again, don't use the BCC as a way to circumvent the Brown Act. Again, this is more of from a staff perspective, sending out information one way, because I have received some interesting inquiries from clients about, well, what happens if I just create a text chain about only emergency items and I have all my council members on it? I was like, no, that's not okay. And then there was silence on the other line, and I leave it at that. I don't know what ended up happening with that. Again, you can talk about procedural issues. It's fine to talk about meetings, date times, but again, no substance, right? We're trying to avoid substantial discussions amongst you all. This agenda items, again, that's really within our purview. Staff is responsible for making sure that agendas follow the letter of the law. Keeping meeting discussions to items listed on the agenda. That's where we need a little bit of help from the council, particularly from the chair, in ensuring that, again, dynamic discussions going to lead to certain topics coming up naturally, but we want to make sure sometimes we have to evaluate. It's time to rein it in. Let's focus back on the item at hand so that we avoid Brown Act issues.
Could I ask
Yes.
If you're a recipient, are we responsible? Say, for example, none of us would do this, of course, a council member emails more than one person, and so it turns out to be three or all. As recipients, we're not accountable. It's the sender, correct?
The important thing there is you've received that information. What matters is what you do with that, right? And so in that type of a situation, do not respond. Just let it go. And again, in instances where that happens, the individual probably didn't mean it on purpose. Again, that's where we come in to help educate, to let someone know that's probably not a good idea, and that's a whole different discussion. But yes, it's what you do with that information that matters. Yes. So we talked about this, making sure that you get the same information, public gets the same information at the same time, to make sure that everything is fair, transparent, and above board. And again, if you have any questions, that's what we're here for, is to advise you on any of these. And no scenario or hypothetical is too crazy, because we've heard and seen mostly everything you can think of. So again, it's a good opportunity for these refreshers for you to remember what the rules are. Do you have any additional tips?
No, just the only thing I go in a little bit is just so where it says discuss, the time and dates of meetings. It's perfectly fine if you're trying to get a special meeting together to say, hey, are you available on this date? None of that stuff none of those conversations are, Brianna, because you're not talking about substance. You're talking about your logistics and stuff like that. So that's it.
Any additional questions, comments from the council?
This is the fun presentation. That's the riveting one.
So it's a good opportunity now if you want to open up for the public for any comments. Yeah. Yes.
All right. Yes, thank you. And thank you for letting us ask questions as we went. That was very helpful. I appreciate that because now I don't really have any questions. But I will open it up to the public now for any comments. And as I learned from this presentation, if there's any really compelling questions, we can wait till the end of the public comment period and get those answered because our attorneys are here. So come on up if you have comments, please. There's only
Thank you for this presentation and for bringing daylight and sunshine to this concept. I like to think of it more as the Sunshine Law, California Sunshine Law, than the Brown Act because it visually makes sense to me, calling it the Sunshine Law. I hate to bring this up because it's a very sad topic, but yesterday we had an anniversary of a death of a woman at the door of City Hall a year ago. Her name was Nancy Barnes. And 2 days after that was the city council meeting. And a lot of people, when they learned of this news, decided to come and speak at the city council meeting. And there wasn't a quorum. And so because there wasn't a quorum of council members, the meeting was kind of held and canceled. I mean, I can't even quite remember. But then because people were energized to be able to voice their opinions, nothing was videotaped. Nobody stood at a podium. People were invited in here to dialogue with a couple of city council members and a newly elected city council member who wasn't yet on the council. Pardon?
I wasn't sworn in yet.
Well, anyway, that was just like a really awkward moment, and nothing had ever happened like that before. And I was a little disappointed because the importance of what the public wanted to say on this issue was not captured. And so can you kind of, well, now I'm asking you to answer a question. I guess I should be directing it to these people. But that, I just want to share that some of these very bizarre things come up, and that was one of them. And it's really stayed with me because I just felt it didn't work well.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and council's attentiveness and questions. As you know, this is a pet issue for me. I wrote the very long treatise to you. I don't expect to get answers immediately, but I did cover a lot of ground. It's already gotten 61 views on my website. People are interested in this stuff. I'll say this, we know the phrase, a death by 1,000 cuts. It doesn't take a knife to the heart to quash a public spirit. It can be done by 100 small violations, and that's what I feel we've seen with the gateway process. There's a real lack of public engagement. I talk to people, they're just tired of battling it. There's large and small violations. Anytime the agenda is unclear, vague, or misrepresentational, people are not inclined to be involved. As a small example I mentioned earlier, the meeting before we had the vision statement. It didn't say that there'd be a public workshop. That would have been, or that could have been done in a community workshop. People would be involved. Every time, this is an opinion, every time the community development director says something that is not true, it erodes the public trust. When there are presented items that are not true, it prevents people, including yourselves, from knowing what is true and learning. The example is all the back and forth and misinformation about the Canal Street couplet. It went on for a year and a half. The Transportation Safety Committee asked many times for information, and it was denied. When it came in, it was misleading, as I've written about. Essentially, it wasted our time. Our public officials, to quote the Brown Act, do not have the right to decide what we need to hear. In regard to some of the things that were mentioned tonight, some of this I've done research on. I wrote about the seating of time issue and suggested that we follow what the California, the Fair Political Practices Commission do in their meetings. The agenda descriptions is something I'm very keen on. We've talked about that. Anything less than 3 minutes has been ruled as possibly unconstitutional, unless there's a lot of people, but we can talk about that too. The Brown Act itself, the nuts and bolts are not difficult, but the interpretation is difficult, and there are numerous court rulings on it. There's never been a criminal conviction on a Brown Act violation in 70 years. Thanks.
Have anyone online? Still with us? Nobody. All right. Yeah, we'll come back to council. That was an interesting anecdote of an event. And so, I mean, I very vividly remember that meeting because, but yeah, our third member who was supposed to be there, we were only expecting 3 members that night, and then he hadn't showed up to meetings in a while due to his fall from public grace. And so he didn't show up, of course, and so then we didn't have a quorum. I know you had like whoever did, had a last minute illness, but I mean, and the election results hadn't even been certified yet. So you were present, but you were, it was unknown of what the future would hold. But I mean, yeah, so in that case, I mean, there were 2 council members.
And we sat up on the dais and canceled
we didn't
the
even,
meeting.
we sat on the dais, we canceled the meeting, and we came down to the floor and we let people talk to us. And so, I mean, that's just like
because there was
hanging out and doing
obviously
your thing,
a lot of hurt and feelings and people that came down because they wanted to be heard. And we thought that, such a public pain should have an opportunity to give voice to. So, we canceled our meeting and then we gave people the opportunity to
but we could have closed the doors and left because the meeting was
canceled.
canceled.
That just didn't seem right to us because we have empathy and we wanted to listen to people. And I mean, would I do that again? I don't know. But that was not a meeting, and that was only 2 of us. So.
Or what is your interpretation of that? Yes.
No, so just to be really clear, under the law, you can't conduct your meeting unless you have at least a quorum. You just can't do it, period. Doesn't matter justifications. I mean, if something else had come up like that, we would probably look at some alternatives of what could be done. But effectively, you're legally prohibited from engaging in that meeting. There would be no avenue.
And more importantly, what you didn't make it a meeting. Staying behind and having 2 of you just speak to members of the public, that was not a meeting.
It was a conversation. I mean, we didn't even talk back. There was no timed comment. It was just.
It wasn't on the agenda.
And it wasn't.
Right. So the important thing is that you didn't actually hold the meeting because you didn't have 3 members, and having a future sworn-in member doesn't make that person a member at the time. So again, using this this is a good hypothetical. Thank you for providing this because will include this now in future presentations because again, things happen. Brown Act buddies. Right, I love Brown Act buddies, but no, you couldn't have conducted a meeting, and what you 2 did in staying behind and speaking with members of the public did not constitute a meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, and I think one thing to be mindful of, and that's going to be true of all this stuff. There's a higher purpose that you're trying to hit, and which is not to take away at all from any of what's been said, but the higher purpose is to make sure that there's a quorum of folks that are elected, and that's a prerequisite for a meeting. And it is somewhat agnostic to the subject matter that would be discussed, whether it's a huge infrastructure issue or a contract or a grant you're going to lose for millions of dollars, or it's a really compelling local issue with with people feeling very strong about some heartfelt issues. So it's agnostic in it in that sense. And there's no way to really remedy the law's approach to that. The rules are just what they are, irrespective of the result that comes from them. So I just want to be really clear, because you all would have actually violated the law if you would have if you would have conducted the meeting as if you had 3 members. So,
It was canceled up here, and then we came down there and said, it wasn't premeditated or anything, just, it was Brett's fault.
Well, and we should probably move on, but I think that I would just like to make a statement and say, we are not robots, nor is staff, we're human. And I think that for me, I try to give people grace, and I know the law is the law, and I'm not saying that any of us intentionally would break that, but it is complicated, and sometimes I'm sure that unintentionally every single one of us has, not meaning to, but we have. We are humans, and that's what's frustrating to me, is this unrealistic standard that we are sometimes held to. And I just felt, and I appreciate that moment that you guys took in the heat of the moment in having to make a decision and do something that was difficult. And I appreciate those efforts that you made. And we are often asked to think on the fly and come up with make decisions in very difficult situations. And it's not as easy as the people, that are judging pretty harshly. So with that, I think we should move on to protocol manual.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other questions or comments from the council? All right, I'm going to close that item. Thank you, attorneys, but don't go anywhere. Item F, consider amendments to the city protocol manual.
So we let Nubia do the fun one, I get to do the riveting one. So, and I apologize a little bit, I had a cold about a week ago, and so for some reason, it's decided to rear its ugly head with my throat tonight. So, let me just go through this. I know, exactly. So we're gonna go over tonight, basically, what you currently have on the books, and then I'm just gonna call it areas for examination or areas for discussion, areas where you guys do things a little bit differently, and it's to have a discussion about that and figure out, does that still make sense? Does there need to be some changes? This could be something where we get direction for the future, or it's something you guys could just take home and think about for a little bit. So let's start with what these protocol manuals are, which is effectively accepted practices that clarifies the expectation for city council members. I'm going to broaden that depending on how you look at it and say all city officials, because that includes staff, it could include some of our committee members, and candidly, it also includes the public in terms of what's being expected of them. And so it kind of is best practices. Provides a summary of important aspects of city council activity, so it provides kind of a narrative clarification of how things work. So currently, what you have in your chapter 1 is like an introduction, an overview, a restatement of the form of government which you have, which is a council manager form of government, which is effectively to say that your city manager is responsible for day-to-day operations. She's charged with making the city run on a day-to-day basis, handling that information, and the council is responsible for the policy setting aspect. So you all decide kind of the vision for the city. You make final decisions on certain things like contracts, expenditures of monies, budgets, and only those things can only be approved by you, with the exception of some little limited authorizations that the city manager has. But this just kind of memorializes that. And the fact that we're a general law city, we're not a charter city. And that effectively means that we are subject to, as a default provision, the government code section of the California state law. So I think we'll go there. Chapter 2, goes over council powers and responsibilities, which is to say that even though we have a mayor and a vice mayor, that all council members have equal voting power, and we act as a body by majority. So irrespective of how vehemently somebody may have a position that's in the minority, we are bound, unless it's an illegal act, which we would never let you do, but we are bound to act and operate on whatever the direction that we receive from majority of council. Again, that doesn't matter what staff's recommendations are, doesn't matter how vehemently somebody in the minority voices their opinion. Whatever three of you agree on, do that. And then I think Karen laughs at me a little bit because I keep going over this since I've been hired. And when we say, three, it means three of the councils, irrespective of how much you're present, for ordinances, resolutions, or expenditures of money. So any of those things require three votes, affirmative votes, irrespective of how many folks are present, council members are present. And council members should refrain from participating in administrative affairs of the city. This doesn't mean that you can't ask staff questions, but it does mean that you can't call up Public Works and say, hey, go fill the pothole on the street. Those are, again, within the purview of that. And that's because no one city council member, this isn't a strong mayor city, no one city council member has the ability to bind the city. You have to act as a group, and as we talked about in the presentation previously, those decisions need to be made in public, and they need to be made with public comment. So, Chapter 2 continues to go on, and it says what the city council does, which establishes the policies, ordinances, amends or adopts the budgets, establishes procurement procedures, and it appoints the two employees, even though though I'm an independent contractor, meaning we're hired by contract, you appoint both the city manager and the city attorney. Sometimes you might ratify contracts for department heads or things of that nature, but generally speaking, those are going to be the two employees that you supervise and in charge and review, and then you appoint, obviously, boards and committee members and things of that nature. And you also have the power to call special elections and declare emergencies if the findings can be made. Because of that, council members may not be members of city boards, commissions, and task force. That doesn't mean that you can't be in a joint meeting. It doesn't mean that you can't be part of, I've had a social equity committee that was formed where two council members were on with some members of the public. So it's not a hard and fast rule, but you also can't be on the planning commission. You can't be a planning commissioner. Those are considered to be incompatible offices. And that's because you guys are the final decision makers on many of these things. And frankly, you can go back and sit in the back of these meetings, you can watch them online, but we would never encourage you to participate in those meetings because it would give the perception that you have formed an opinion, potentially before it's come to you and the public's had the ability to address you. Chapter 2 kind of like continues to go into the role of the mayor and the vice mayor. Here you guys rotate. This is different in every city, but these are your rules. That you rotate every year on the Thursday following the second Wednesday in December. This is absolutely the most prescriptive rule and exact timing I have ever seen. If I had my way, I probably would recommend that we make that a little bit softer and just say you do it in December of each year or something like that. But to give it, in case that day doesn't work, but that's neither here nor there. And then per the government code, councils who don't have, a specific mayor that's on the ballot may choose mayors through any means that they determine, and you guys do that by majority vote. With some customs and practices that aren't memorialized, but just kind of make up how you have historically done it. And the mayor is the presiding officer of the council and performs various ceremonial duties. They are charged, the mayor and the vice mayor, but they're charged with certain things. But really, the main thing is they're the same as everybody else. They're just in charge of running the meetings. And the vice mayor is in charge of filling in when the mayor's not there. Chapter 3 Support provided to the city council, details, protocols related to, city staff, equipment, meeting rooms, resources, and use of equipment for personnel. Personal matters is prohibited. And I'm going to throw in here, even though it's not included in this section, any political matters. You can't come in and use city facilities for anything like that. Chapter 4 goes over financial matters. Again, I want to reiterate, this is currently what's on the books, so these aren't suggestions, these are your current rules. Financial matters, the municipal code provides for payment of modest stipends and benefits to city council, and it memorializes that the council members have to submit statements of economic interest, which is your Form 700. This is just a regurgitation of state law. Does go into your travel policy, credit card policy. I don't consider that to be the riveting part of this presentation, so I'll just go on, but we can go back to it if you want. 5, I think, goes into communications and who's empowered to talk on behalf of the city and in what capacity and how. So the mayor is typically charged with transmitting the city's positions on policy matters to outside agencies on behalf of the city council. In other words, the mayor, whoever he or she is, acts as the representative of the direction that's given to the council and can communicate that. Individual council members may express their position on an issue that the council has not taken a position on or has no position, but that correspondence should clearly indicate that the individual is not speaking on behalf of the city council. We're going to get to this a little bit later. We have some changes to kind of clean this up a little bit. Not that it's bad, but I think to make some things a little bit more clear. Proclamations are issued by the city council as a ceremonial commemoration of an event or issue. And the city keeps an annual list of the proclamations that will be made. So this is probably something this is a little bit more detailed than something you would see in other cities' proclamations. Nothing wrong with it, just not something you would usually see. Okay. Still on 5, statutory requirements associated with communication. So the city is prohibited from using city resources to influence the outcome of elections by state statute. So we can't use city resources for political activities like I talked about previously. I think that's important when you think about, and I want to differentiate when we had the discussion earlier about putting something on the item. You are allowed under law to put something on the items to have the voters of the city decide whether or not that is something that they are support. You can provide educational materials and information to voters through that process. You can do polls or community surveys to figure out how folks feel about a certain stuff, but you cannot gauge in overt political activities. Well, I shouldn't even say overt. You cannot gauge in political activities, and that line has been increasingly by the FPPC become thinner and thinner and thinner. And it used to be that the California Attorney General's office used to supervise this area of the law, was very passive. A couple of years ago, the FPPC took it over, and they've been much more aggressive in this area, really opening up the question of, it really makes the standard of education very hard. Like, so for instance, you can say, go vote, but you could, but you can't say, like, go vote on Measure D. We don't care how you vote, just go vote, right? You couldn't say that. So it's gotten a little dicey. And it goes over how to comply with the Public Records Act, which is more of a memorialization of existing law. Chapter 5 says that all letters, memoranda, and electronic communications involving council members and members of appointed boards containing information related to the conduct of public business may be subject to public disclosure under the PRA, again, state law. Papers, letters, memoranda received by the council will be provided to council members and will be kept in the city's retention schedule. If they're submitted as part of an agenda item, then they become part of the record and part of the minutes. And then all electronic messages that relate to the conduct of the public's business effectively will be treated as the same.
I think one important thing to note here, because this is training in and of itself regarding the PRA, but something very important I think is good to note now, it means on any device that you own, whether it's city issued or it's personal, whether it's iPad, laptop, cell phone, any source of that. And if you're, again, a pro tip here, don't use your personal email for city-related business because it's subject to a PRA. It would be subject to a PRA request anyways, but it's easier to say, I don't use that for city business. I use my city-issued email, and that's it. So there, again, a whole different training, but it's probably a good thing to know.
We've had several, so we know the drill.
All right. 6, and probably one of the ones, I mean, this is one issue that we kind of get asked the most about, and not just in Arcata, but just in the cities that we represent in general, because people don't want to violate this, is every, Chapter 6 memorializes the requirement that every 2 years you have to go through ethics, and it's not included here, but just for the public, you also have to go through sexual harassment and training as well. This also goes through saying, which staff has to do it. So even I have to go through this kind of training every 2 years, which we provide, by the way. So, and then Chapter 6 also goes over the Political Reform Act and requires us to keep our conflict of interest code updated. Pretty easy to do. It's just, kind of like the fire code and how you update that. And it also says that, public officials cannot use their official position to influence government decisions in which they know they have a financial interest, which is why we go through this whole protocol of asking people to leave rooms, because even a smile or a smirk was considered to have influenced a decision without any other comment, so facial expressions, things of that nature. So the way that we protect both you all, or if it was, somebody on the planning commission, from even having the chance is we ask you to leave the room when we don't talk about that subject or take action on it until then. And this is another area of law where it has kind of evolved over the last few years, and they've tried to make it more simple, and they've actually made it more complicated. But it's an evolving area, and I think it's an area that's going to continue to evolve. And I think the big catch-all is, and this isn't part of it. Well, it might be part of it that says this, but if you have questions, just ask us about conflicts of interest. Okay. Chapter 7 goes over interactions with city staff and details, again, the form of governments and kind of the city manager responsibilities. I think that we've gone to, I think you guys know that enough. If not, then we can talk about it, or I'm sure your city manager would be happy to go over that at any time. But city staff does take their guidance from the city manager, or if depending on if they're in a department, potentially from their department director. But that direction that comes from the city manager is required to follow from the policy guidance that comes from the council. Now, the question I always get is what happens if it's not? Well, that's an evaluation criteria that goes in for either one of us. And so that reflects on the performance and, and whether or not we get to stay employed here. So with that, city staff makes every effort to respond to requests for information from council members in a timely and professional manner. But it should be noted, and I think the reason that this is probably in here is just to say that can't always happen, immediately. Some things take some time and research to actually make sure that we get you the information that's right. And when you're going through this decision-making process, I always tell people, I would rather take longer than you want and get it right than be on the timeline that you want and get it wrong. And so just bear that in mind. Again, this is what's in your books, that city staff members do not surrender their right to be involved in political activities. Employees may privately express their personal opinions. They may register votes, have nominations or recalls, and they may vote in elections. You can't discriminate them. There's a whole bunch of HR rules that go with this. We're going to talk about this a little bit more because there's also can be time, place, and manner restrictions. And so, but this is just, you just need to know that this is currently in your rules. Chapter 8, regular city council meetings, when they're held, we're very specific about what time you have to be, and we have to roughly adhere to that time. It's mostly when you come out of closed session, it takes a little bit longer, maybe you start a meeting a little bit late. But this is when we have to hold hold our meetings. And then, and it says council members, advisory bodies, and members of the public may submit items to the agenda. I will say that this is an area for conversation that we're going to talk about later. This is highly unusual. Typically, only 3 different entities can ask for something to be placed on the agenda, which is the city manager, the city attorney, and the members of council. And then you'll have to decide what the members of council part looks like. That would be the norm. Chapter 8, continued public comments for publication of the agenda must be submitted by 5 p.m. on the Tuesday 1 week prior to the meeting and be published as submitted in their entirety. Anyways, it just kind of goes over how public comment's going to go. We already went through the Brown Act. This basically is just to conform with it. In action at meetings, it kind of goes through, I think the important part that's on this slide is for general guidance on parliamentary council, the council will follow Rosenberg's rules of order. This would be another topic of conversation for us. Reason being, so in all of our cities that we represent, we always go to and default to not Robert's rules of order because they're not really designed for public agencies. Rosenberg's rules of orders really are. And so we agree with this. We generally don't recommend that you ever are prescriptively required to follow any rules of order, so that for some technical defect, we don't create a litigation risk, for the city or some kind of problem. So the goal is to follow it in spirit, but not follow it in absolute necessity, so that because a motion was just a little bit off, somebody's employment contract gets rescinded or some action gets invalidated, and then we miss millions of dollars of grant money or something like that, or somebody sues us and we have to pay attorney's fees over something that could have otherwise been avoided just because we had the prescriptive, you got to follow Rosenberg's rules of order component into it. So that's why it's a topic of conversation. And again, the city attorney role, in my opinion, is to help you manage risk. And so I was talking to Joanne about that. All my advice comes with that bias, which is I'm here to advise you on risk and legality. You guys all decide what level of risk you're willing to take in terms of having these rules on the books. But when I make recommendations, it's generally because it reduces your risk, reduces potential liability, and it effectuates some of our goals of efficient administration of government better. As we know, the mayor may establish reasonable time restrictions on presentations. And this goes into how electronic media can be used as well. Okay. Chapter 9 is the protocol administration. City council review and revise a protocol manual as needed. That's what we're kind of doing right now. And then the city attorney will assist the mayor as needed or as requested in kind of interpretation of the protocol manual. Generally speaking, the city attorney acts in helping the mayor or the vice mayor in the administration of the meeting from a procedural standpoint. I will say that typically applies to the city manager too, and just making sure that because we do this every day, and we do it for a lot of different jurisdictions. And you all don't, and so we're here to help you and make sure that we do it as best as we possibly can, and build as much confidence with the public as we possibly can. So we have 2 pages for areas of examination. It's not an exhaustive list. It was one that I thought I could get away with without kind of like overwhelming everybody. I do think that there'll be areas that I deem to be more minor in nature or more clarifying, where if we were to make some changes, if you guys asked us to bring back some changes, we would do that. And we would do that in a red line format so you can see where we made any changes or suggested stuff. But not everything in there, I think, clarifications don't necessarily warrant like taking up, 20 minutes of your time to discuss. So I say this in the sense that this comes without judgment, I don't care how you guys go with this. These are just things I think you should talk about and decide how you should do. do them. And there are most of these areas are things where you guys do things different than most other jurisdictions. And that's perfectly fine, but you're here to set the policy. I would also say that when we look at this, you don't look at it just for this council itself. You all know each other. You guys have always run very, very efficient meetings from the time that I have been here. You are, generally speaking, very collegial with each other and get along really well. But you're also future-proofing this so that this can be something that future councils can rely on. Because ideally, while we should revisit this fairly regularly, we should not be doing wholesale changes fairly regularly. So you always approach it from that standpoint of not what's best practices for the 5 of you, but what's best practices and what's your expectation of any council for the city of Arcata now and going forward. So placing on items on the agenda, council, staff, public. Generally speaking, the rule is one of the benefits of getting elected is that you get to put things on the agenda and so that should absolutely be, in my estimation, a right that you have. I've had councils who have created special rules 6 months within elections, so it's a higher standard to get stuff on the agenda so that things don't get overly politicized. So City of Dixon has a rule that it takes 2 council members 6 months before an election to be, for a council members on there to try to, not get a council member who just kind of starts to load stuff up with politically loaded issues. So there has to be at least one other council member who would support it. Staff, generally speaking, it's just the city manager and the city attorney. Overwhelmingly, 80+% is usually of the agendas put together by the city manager. The only time that we typically get involved is on litigation items, or how it also works is I tend to be the staff member for evaluations for the city manager, and she would be the staff person for evaluations for me in my capacity as city attorney. So she can't you don't necessarily want her putting her own agenda item on or her own contract or revision on. So from a staff perspective, you can do that. That being said, I've had other jurisdictions, it's mayor. So that's getting closer to a strong mayor option. And so you just have to figure out what you want. The second area, designated waiting areas for speakers, you kind of don't.
Doug, can I ask the mayor process question real quick?
Absolutely.
So because we have a lot of things, and so I'm wondering, are we, as he says them, are we going to make like yes, no, we don't care and knock them out one by one? Or are we going to just go for it at the end? Like, what's the best way to do this?
I like that idea, I think, in my mind, I was going to have Doug go over all of those and then let us say, is there anything that we really don't want to edit? Can
I give you a suggestion? Let me go through them quick, then take public comment before you say yes or no. So let me do that. But I promise I'll go quick because it's 2 pages and I could have put more. But designated waiting areas for speakers. I think one of the things that we want to make sure, so one of the guiding principles, and I think you've heard me say this already, is we want people to we want as much public participation. We want to encourage public participation. And that means that people have to feel safe when they come here. And that means that they need to have a little space when they're talking to make sure that somebody isn't too close, that it doesn't intimidate them. Potentially that's an opposing view. Potentially just somebody gets nervous when people are close to them. Because a lot of people coming up, I'm going to pick on Fred here for a second, Joanne. Both of them have come up and spoke a lot. I would suggest that they probably feel fairly comfortable talking. But many of the times, and the people that you really want to hear for, this may be 1 or less than 3 times in their life that they'll ever speak before an elected board, and it can be very intimidating to them, and they can be very uncomfortable. And so we want to make sure that we feel that people are comfortable. Certainly one of the biggest, so that's that one. I think certainly one of the bigger areas that you guys are different than others is the seating time. I don't have any other jurisdictions that do it. I have no value judgment on it. It's legally, you can legally allow it, but you're also not required to do it. So I will say that this is one of those areas where you're just different than everybody else. Speaking multiple times during non-agenda comment times. One of the things we want to get clarification from is, so you have, you have two public comment things, which is something that's different than most jurisdictions. What's not clear at all is if you talk in the first one, are you then allowed to talk in the second one? So part of that goes to whether or not one is a continuation of the other, or whether or not they are two separate items. So from a just structural standpoint, I'd like to clean that up and make sure that that's really clear. I personally, they're agendized as separate items, but I see one as a continuation of the other in terms of, so I think that there might be the potential of a disconnect between how it's structured and how it's intended. So we got to get clarification on that. Speaking multiple times, okay, I think I already, submitting written communication for inclusion on the agenda. I think we want to beef up what that protocol is going to be. I think that there's some concern about like how things get heard. And so we want to get some direction from you on what you think what you would like that to look like. Public removal of items from the consent calendar. Again, this is another one where you guys kind of vary from most jurisdictions. The more typical way of handling it is public members during the public comment section, but when you take on the consent calendar, can say, I would like somebody to pull this, but then ultimately it's up to the council to decide whether or not an item gets pulled for discussion. Because consent calendar is supposed to be designed for items that are non-controversial and more administrative in nature. So if all of you feel comfortable that it's that, right, then there's no real reason, because you guys are the ones who are voting to have it pulled. That being said, it's a fine policy to have. You're legally allowed to do it. It's a question of just what makes sense. Agenda and staff report format. You know, I think that this is an area where there's been some discussion, so I wanted to put it up here so at least it was something that we talked about, and if there's changes that you wanted to see. You know, generally speaking, I have only been here a short period of time at this point in time, but it appears that everything that has been done, it meets the legal requirements. Doesn't mean we can't exceed the legal requirements, although there are some parameters in there that, you know, like there's word limits and things of that nature. And then just general agenda changes. Is there anything in the way that the agenda is currently formatted that you want to look at, want to review, want to have done? I know there's been, you know, some comments about how some things may not flow or seem incongruent with each other back to back. So are those, you know, are those things that you kind of want to look at? And then I think we also want to look at, you know, your committee and commission appointment rules. So I think your rules currently go over how somebody gets appointed, but I think it's a little bit unclear as to what would happen if somebody was to be, can they be taken back for their position? So for instance, when you appoint somebody, is it for a term, or is it at the pleasure of the council or whoever was the appointing body? Because there are instances where individual council members, I don't think that's here, but individual council members will, you know, have one appointee to like a board or something like that. So so kind of like looking at those rules, again, we're really looking at whether or not once somebody's appointed, is it for a term, like they're a court justice, or is it kind of more at the pleasure of the council? I think one of the big things that we want to build in is a civility protocol. Again, when we talk about civility, even though this is talking about the admonishment, reprimand, and censure issue is really related to council and what you can kind of do if somebody gets out of line, or if at least the majority of the council feels like another council member is kind of like gotten out of line. The civility protocols really deal with everybody, like who's attending the meeting. So it deals with staff, it deals with the public, it deals with the council, and basically in a narrative form, letting everybody know what the expectations are of them. So if they fall short, it's easy. You can say, this is where you fell short. Like, this isn't discriminatory, this isn't arbitrary. Like, here's the rule, here's what you violate. And then some of our public meeting conduct rules, we need to update them to conform with state law. Generally speaking, what we're talking about here is if somebody was to become disorderly, and in the horrific situation where somebody had to be, removed, what's that process? We need to conform it with state law. It's been recent. That was like 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago. And then signs and materials at meetings. So I will say, you guys allow signs. That's a variation of what most folks will allow. There's safety reasons for that. There's visual, like, can I see the meeting reasons for it? I will say that I came into this thinking that I would recommend like a general prohibition, but I saw the conduct of your recent meetings and I thought what you all implemented in terms of the requirements that you could have signs, they had to be in the back, they they can't block people's views, they can't do those things. I thought that went really, I thought that went really, really well, and it has me reevaluating it for candidly all my clients.
I appreciated what you did at the podium, asking the sign person when she was asked several times by the speaker to step away. So thank you for that.
No, I consider it part of my job. Like I said, our job first and foremost in the conduct of these meetings is making sure that people feel safe to speak, you can't have somebody. I don't think that woman intended to do it, but certainly I believe the woman felt that she was intimidated, and I think that's when she asked. And I think that part of just common courtesy is if somebody asks you to do something, even if you don't have to be nice, I think we can all agree that that's probably the better thing to do. Just be nice. So again, that has me kind of reevaluating for all my clients in terms of my recommendation because it went well. That being said, I do want to be very candid about some of the downsides. Is we have to be content neutral, in the administration of signs, and you can get some pretty gnarly stuff in meetings in terms of signs. A lot of the sign provisions candidly come in with a lot of the embryo stuff from the pro-life movement came in, and people were sitting here looking at, fetuses and garbages on signs, and you'd have children in the audience, and people felt really uncomfortable. And so because we can't discriminate on content, you have to think about all the sides, in it. It's similar to the conversation we've had about Zoom bombing lately, where there's been an organized group that will go around and use racial epithets over Zoom because they have the protection of not being there in person. And they'll have a line of people who will do that. And so then, do you keep Zoom or do you not keep Zoom when it's being abused? And ultimately, you guys that's why you guys ran for office, is to make really difficult decisions and figure out at what point in time the scale tips, right? And each city is going to be different, right? And so, and to the commitment I made to Joanne when I get hired, this is part of what makes keeping Arcata, right? Figuring out what works for you guys. And you guys, me giving you the topics, but you guys deciding what the rules are going to be. Then staff and council member political paraphernalia. So again, one of the things that is important is that folks feel like they can come and talk to you, and that you won't be foreclosed in terms of your opinion. And so it's one of the reasons that we don't suggest or don't recommend, when you come in, whether it's staff or whether it's the council, irrespective of when you are in your role as a city official or city personnel, irrespective of your personal beliefs, those personal beliefs get checked at the door. Doesn't mean you just still don't have them, but you don't wear them outwardly in a way that somebody would feel like you're foreclosed from hearing what they have to say, or that they feel that you're unapproachable. So, things that says, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I support Trump, I support Biden. Those are just things that might make somebody feel like you wouldn't be open or foreclosed. And so generally our recommendation is we are content neutral. We are politically neutral. We all have our own political opinions, but those are not brought into this chamber, and everybody should feel welcome, irrespective of their political affiliation, background diversity, to be able to talk to you. So that's something that we would kind of look at, that we've implemented in other cities, and it's been, I think, highly successful, particularly as you get closer to elections. And also, I think it helps de-escalate things, because it's also, in the dialogue that we get to today, it's not, well, this is only because you're a Republican. There's a reason that local government is one of the few areas where people don't put their political party when they run. I think it's really, to me, it's one of the things that's so special about local government, because it's not about your party identification. It's about who you are as representatives of the government at the most basic, most accessible level. And then one of the things I think we want to get clarification on is in whole or in part whether these protocols are going to apply to your committees and commissions, or whether or not you want them to make some kind of deviation of their own. I would say, generally speaking, most of our clients apply it citywide, but I think that there can also be some deviation in there based off of that you might want to give them. So again, I think I haven't been around long enough to kind of have a recommendation on that, and I would probably really lean hard on the city manager to kind of see what her thoughts are on that. So just an area for discussion. And then also, I think we want to include speaking on behalf of the city as a city official. Want to make it a little bit more clear what you can and cannot do. So, for example, and these all come from real life examples that I've personally experienced since practicing in this area of law. So one of our recommendations that we would like to have memorialized is you can always talk on your behalf as an individual. And you can identify yourself as a member of the city council, right? But when you're talking in your individual, you're talking in your individual council. You just happen to be a council member, but you're talking in your individual council, individual capacity. The exception to that is when you're speaking on behalf of an item which the council as a whole by majority has adopted, right? And then you can say, our council said this, or, I voted for this. You're also always allowed to say how, what your kind of position is on an issue. It can't be, if it's something that's coming up, it can't be a decision that you've completely made. You can just say how you're leaning. And with that, so you.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you say city official, does that apply to committees and commissions?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody.
Within their jurisdiction.
Right.
So within matters within their respective jurisdiction.
So if you were to write a letter to the editor, you cannot speak on behalf of the city. You need to clarify that you might hold a city official position, but you are not speaking on behalf. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, we always recommend, and most of our manuals will prescribe, that you can identify that you're a council member, but you have to specifically say that you're talking as a resident, in your individual resident capacity.
Can you do that if it's coming up and being agendized?
I would not recommend it. Right? I mean, you don't lose your free speech rights when you get elected. That being said, you also can't say that you've made a decision on something that's going to come up before you. So it's a fine line. The consequences of it, so you have your right to say your opinion, but if you go too far and you say, I'm opposed to this, like I'm just going to take a generic project. I'm opposed to this project. There's nothing anybody could ever say to me that's going to change my mind. I'm going to vote against this, right? Or I'm never going to support this. Well, you just conflicted yourself out from the decision. So you can no longer participate, even though it's not an economic interest.
So what if it doesn't come before a particular commission or committee? Can they still say that they're not supposed to say they're a city official?
No, they could say that they're a city official. They have to identify, though, that they're talking in their capacity as a resident, right? Or as an individual.
Okay.
And not in that capacity, at least unless it's a position that committee or advisory body or this council
they have a lot of sway.
has taken on a whole. And to that point, kind of like one of the final things I'll say is, let's say that you're in, and I've had this happen, it was a big controversy in the community. Let's say that you're in the minority on a position. You can't go around, or at least our recommendation is to build in, that council member cannot go around and just basically say the minority position. There also has to be an acknowledgement that the council voted in a different way, right? Because what happened in that situation is it really created a lot of confusion in the people, amongst people, because the person making it was an individually elected mayor. And so the mayor's saying that this is what happened, but the problem was that the council had voted completely, it was a 4-1 vote. And this happened on more than one issue, but said just completely the opposite. So the rule usually is that while you can state your own, why you voted a certain way that you did, you also have to acknowledge publicly in that the council, the majority voted in a different way. And again, the reason that we build this is because we don't want to create confusion and we want to have public trust. And so every rule, every recommendation is built around this. So with that, I could have created a bunch more that we could have gone over in a lot more details, but these are one of the ones I think that we either needed your input or some feedback on, and then we can kind of go from there. So with that, I believe that is it. Yes. Oh, and then what we'd like to ask too, is there any items that were not included on this list that you'd like to add for discussion amongst the council today?
Okay, great. Doug, could you go back to the list? So, because I think maybe it might be just helpful if we just go one by one. We just quickly say, yeah, that sounds like something great to change, or no, I have a problem with that.
Can we do
I mean,
public comment first?
Oh yeah, you want to do that? Okay,
Yep.
yes, we should do that. Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
Let's keep us here till midnight. My name's Joanne McGarry. A couple of issues that I'm let's say three things, because I like to talk about three things. The ceremonial matters and proclamations, and the year-long the list of proclamations are available for public viewing. So proclamations and ceremonial matters are different from resolutions. And how is that in a protocol? How do they come about? I'm just sort of concerned and interested in consent calendar. I am wondering, when it was explained that the consent calendar is administrative issues usually. Sometimes I've questioned why some things are on a consent calendar when they involve a large sum of money, or things that aren't necessarily quite as administrative or a little more complex and then just straightforward that would benefit by discussion. I know I'm trying to talk to you. And, there was one more thing, and I can't remember, but, I mean, civility and, order and all that is, vitally important, and I totally appreciate that. And I can't remember, what else I wanted to talk about, but I think what Arcata makes Arcata is that we do let the public get more involved than some other municipalities might. Mm-hmm. So I hope that we don't restrict the public too much or put them on too short a leash. And I do sort of appreciate all the restrictions that you folks have to deal with these sunshine laws and protocols. So you are running and were elected, so good for you to recognize what you have to deal with. And boy, those restrictions are pretty tough, and it would be hard for me to deal with. But yeah, consent calendar and ceremonial matters. Oh, I know what it was. It was order of things on the agenda. And I sometimes wonder why things like staff reports don't come at the beginning of the agenda, so that people in the public, especially if they can't stick around till this hour to hear them, why can't we change the order of things on the agenda? Either at the moment and or, kind of regularly.
That's good evening. I'd like to know whether the presentations for both this and the Brown Act can be available. Thanks. Thanks for a great presentation. I appreciate you being here. These areas for examination are much larger, in my opinion, than can be discussed at this hour and in 3 minutes. So I'd like to figure out what the process might be, whether each council member or the city attorney would make suggestions or suggestions from the public. They're all excellent topics. I appreciate the list. The current protocol manual is on arcata1.com. Members of the public want to read it easily. There's also a bunch of appendixes, including the Code of Ethics, two codes of ethics that are there, and the full copy of the Brown Act is there. Your comment about whether these should be extended to other commissions and committees, I think is an extremely valid item, specifically the codes of ethics. And I look forward to going over these areas of examination. Some of the things came up from history, like the rotation of the mayor and the vice mayor. The city manager may know when that came up, but that came up when certain council members were denied being vice mayor and mayor, so they set this kind of formalized system of rotating. There's a lot here. I mean, a lot there, I'll say, in the areas of examination. I appreciate what you do. I know I'm harsh. I've said this before. I really appreciate what you do. Thanks.
Thank you. Online? Nobody? Probably not.
Yep, I do have one. It's a call-in user ending in 81. Go ahead, call-in user ending in 81.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Roy Gomez. Hello, council and staff. I've been a business owner, father, resident of this community for most of my life. I'm also running against Mike Wilson for 3rd District Supervisor. Full disclosure, I'll be announcing that here shortly in a few days. And I just want to really commend the staff and council for having these very important discussions regarding protocols and the Brown Act. I believe that transparency and accountability and democracy is very important. And as public officials, it's absolutely imperative that that you all know and understand the importance of the Brown Act, which is truly in place to help guide certain behaviors that help make sure that the public's trust doesn't erode. The ethical standards covered tonight were very important. I think staff did an awesome job of these presentations with thorough consideration for the public's expectations. I really agree with staff that all people in government need to continually be reminded and updated on these matters. I appreciate that staff mentioned the importance of public comment and how that freedom of speech is the public's chance to be hopefully respectfully heard. I know some people kind of get passionate about topics, and there were some in the media talking about how some officials wanted to do away with that public comment, and I don't agree with that. I do need to mention that I was in Zoom watching and listening to the joint meeting between the council and planning department a week or so ago, and I felt a little left out of the several breakout sessions that took place during the meeting. Since people in Zoom weren't allowed to listen in, and I was wondering how the Brown Act would consider that activity, especially to hear that some of what the people were discussing in the groups wasn't really relayed thoroughly or accurately to the public. So I realize Brown Act doesn't allow you to answer that question directly at the moment, but I would definitely ask that you consider that. But I'd like to thank you all for being so committed to your civic duties. And I know it's late and these things can go that route, but I appreciate you all, and hopefully I can work with you in the future. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on Zoom tonight?
No, no other comment. Oh, nope, no other commenters.
All right. So let's bring it back. the hour is getting late. I really do feel that we could have a lot more robust discussion on these items. But I mean, what I'm kind of seeing in my mind is maybe we can, because a lot of these are kind of no-brainers of just things that do need to be retooled. And I think eventually when we see a whole protocol manual with that track changes version that you were talking about, that we can say, yes, this is a valid change. But I think there are a few maybe slight controversial ones on here if we want to just pick some of those out to just save you the time, because we don't want you to have to, rework it if we're not going to go with it. So
Can it go back on these screens? Because I can't, or make it bigger.
Can I make a suggestion, Mayor? Yes. And it's your meeting, so take it or leave it. But here's what my suggestion is: we just simply go down the line, and you just ask number one, and we just say yes, meaning give us your suggestions in the track changes, or no, meaning I'm not interested. And then we will get a straw poll on every single one, even the controversial ones. And then he brings us back all the ones we asked for, and then we can dive in and discuss the heck out of it.
beautiful. I love it.
I love it.
Okay, so let's start. 1, placing items on the agenda. Seems pretty fine with me.
Yes.
Yes.
Gradients, if you want. We're just going down this list, 1, 2, 3, and
I'm good.
yeah. If you're not good, then really speak up. Okay, so number 2, designated area for speakers. We've already started to do that. So
and
yes,
that was, yeah.
Yes.
Good
Yes.
job on that.
seating time during public comment and tightening that up. That one is huge. I think I brought this one to Karen because for that, in my mind, it's an equity issue. If you don't come to meetings all the time, you don't know that you can do that, and I don't think it's fair. So I would like to see that tightened up. I don't want to allow that in the future. I know we've allowed it in the past, and we keep allowing it because we've allowed it and we don't have it in the manual, but yeah.
I'm interested in what the changes would look like before I make a decision, but yeah, I think that I'd like to re-examine it.
Yes, re-examine.
Okay.
Speaking multiple times during non-agenda comment items. No.
I don't know, but I need clarification on that. Do you mean that someone that talks at or early oral communications can't talk it?
Correct. So making it really clear that the first 15 minutes, if you talk during that time, then you would you or would you not be able to talk during public comment later?
No, I think you can be talking.
I think my thought was that the intention was no, that it was a continuation of that item as opposed to a separately agendized item, but I just need you to clarify that.
Maybe what we could do as a suggested change is to make it clear. They're separate items and clean that up so there's no confusion.
Yeah, and people can talk both times, absolutely.
What Nubia said. Well,
No,
it is currently that way, but it's not necessarily clear.
So for clarity, because we're having a debate about this, I get the sense that the council wants people to be able to speak at both if they want. So there's two, so, okay.
That's good. She was right.
Well,
Three nods.
I mean, right, but no, because here's what happens. We have 2 minutes at one and 3 minutes at the other, and it's perfectly legal, and then that gets weaponized. Why do you only have 2 minutes at the first one? It needs to be 3 minutes. So I want things as tight as possible so that it can't be turned around and weaponized when we are being generous by providing 2 public comments when we only have to provide 1.
Right. So let me tell you my legal concern. My legal concern is if it's not a continuation, is that, it's basically who goes and pulls it first, which is better than it just being you selecting, okay, you, and you. And then other people, you'd have an agenda item where it would be less than 3 minutes, because I agree with Fred's comment on that. And then there'd be several people who would not get to talk. One of the rationales of why you can lower less than 3 minutes is because you're getting to speak now and not having to wait till later, and you're making that choice. So it's I think if you're going to restrict it to 15 minutes, then not everybody would get to speak in that agenda item, and then
That sounds like a good one to bring back for discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to see more examples of that, because I feel like a lot of the board that I'm on doesn't differentiate like that.
Yeah,
they're different periods.
It's so unique. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like that. What we could do is, in bringing you back something for review, we can give you some samples, maybe just different versions, and then you can talk about it and.
Of that one.
Yeah, of that one thing, and pick and choose and let us know what you like.
Again, 5, submitting written communications for inclusion on the agenda. That sounds just like tightening up, knowing what our protocol is for that. I know members of the public has brought that up, so sounds good to me.
Yes.
Okay. Public removal of items from consent. And I think this is one that I also brought to Karen. So, and I think one of the more controversial ones we might want to talk about, but I will say I had a very good conversation with one of our county supervisors, because the county supervisors do not allow you to do that. And I saw it in a very different way from that conversation, just that it, and this is maybe me arguing for why we should do it, but it creates a direct line of communication between people who want the item pulled and a council member, and that creates, you know, a better political climate and like discussion between us and our constituents, and like builds that political capital. And I think that's a kind of cool idea. So I don't know.
One thing actually for clarification, because I was thinking about this when we had the discussion on this item. If you don't allow a member of the public to pull an item, they're still allowed to comment on the consent calendar as a whole. So we just have to clear that up in the agenda and make sure that it's clear. Public comment, we're now taking public comment on the consent calendar as a whole. The only deviation from that would be if there's no public comment, a council, like we did tonight, if a council member pulls an item for discussion, the public can then provide public comment. So bottom line, even if the public can't pull an item, they'll still have an opportunity to comment wholesale on everything.
And I like that. I think that makes it cleaner too, instead of having to come up and down and then you go sit back down and then you come back up. And if you could just come up and comment and say what you want to say about A, B, and F, you know, that makes it move more quickly and efficiently as well.
And again, it's like what we were talking about before in the Brown Act, and having it be, it turns into like a dialogue, and people don't know when their time is up, or they keep speaking after it. So, so yeah, I think that it needs some tightening.
Well, and we can officially discuss the heck out of it when the track changes come back. I just want to be clear, because people are going to feel like we're rushing and we're making decisions, and we're not. We're just saying, bring us back something and we'll talk about it. That's all we're doing. We're not deciding.
And so, again, these next, yes or no?
I concur.
And so now I'm seeing 7, 8, 9, general agenda changes, committee, commission. These all seem very basic ones that just need some tightening.
Agenda changes. I mean, is there?
It was, the intention here was, do you want to see something different in your format of your structure? And again, think about it this way. You may need time to think about this. And so when you get a red line and as you think about it, it will trigger something. And so again, introduction for discussion and consideration today, and then you may have more ideas when you get track changes.
And we'll get all these red lines before the meeting, so we have enough time to,
Yeah, and to be clear, like, the presentation was evolving, and I'm glad we didn't put it in the agenda, because then some of the comments Fred made, I wouldn't have had time to kind of make sure that that was represented in today's presentation. But the red lines, that's all going to be out with the 72-hour notice for people to review, so there'd be a lot more time.
Could you give us some examples of what other jurisdictions do and how they do their agenda? Is that possible? Bring it back?
We can. And so for some of the, what I'll call bigger ticket items, we'll just have samples, and maybe you can kind of pick and choose generally what you like. And
yeah, I mean,
amazing. Yeah.
And this, I think this is the obvious one in the beginning when you guys make your
land acknowledgement.
Land acknowledgement. Like, we don't have another city that does that. Again, that may make Arcata. I'm just saying that that's not something that's an example of something that's not typically in other jurisdictions.
Okay, can we, the next page? I think, yeah, we're good on that page. Yeah, we got to go to there we go.
I don't know, I think the way that we're going through all these, I think they all could, I'd like to see suggestions on all of them, and then we can talk about them.
So maybe
and these all sounded good. We had already some good discussion about this. I saw lots of nodding. I think these are, you know.
So is there something maybe to Councilmember Atkins Salazar's point, something that you just want off the table? Something you don't want to even consider from the second page?
I'd like to consider everything, and I have two things that I'd like to suggest, and you can give me a quick yes or no. I think that we should revisit filming study sessions, having those broadcasted live, and the Colorado, that was a great example. Those study sessions tend to be more informal. We need to be able to do work in the room, and we're trying to be accommodating. That's why we're doing it, and then now it's coming back to us, well, that's not necessarily fair. And that's, that could be true. So again, we try to do things because we want to be generous, and that's why it's kind of better to stick with the rules. And so I think we should revisit whether or not we want to film those, because it limits what we can do in those meetings.
Did you have one other thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The other one is just, in this, again, this is all thinking for the future, because we all get along very well. But what to do if there is somebody that, like what is recourse, and that's 10, but like we really need to take that to the as far as it can go. What to do when, because I had really wished that other councils had put something in that protocol manual that we could have leaned on. So I want to provide for the future in case there are problems.
Good call, Stacy.
So something that we do think about, and we can talk about in the future, what we've done and recommended, we incorporate it into the protocols, but we also codify it as a provision in your code, so that it's clear, it's a law, and it's very evident this is the process, because taking it to the furthest extent, censure requires due process, and you're entitled to a hearing. There's very specific rules you have to follow, and so it's advisable to double up. It's in your protocols, and it's in your code.
Why don't you go over? I didn't go over the.
So what's the difference?
Here.
The general difference, in a nutshell, admonishment is a warning. We disagree with what you did. Please don't do it again. It's not a good reflection on the council. A reprimand is a little bit more sterner of a, don't do this again, this is really bad. And a censure is the most extensive action you can take against an elected official as an elected body. It's a mark on a reputation. And because of that, it's not a decision to be made lightly. You do process, there's a whole hearing, but that's the extent of it. But that'll be all laid out in the ordinance.
So one thing I want to make really clear, there's really only two ways to remove somebody from public office. One is through a quo warranto, which is a specific process when maybe you don't meet the requirements and you've got to get permission from the AG and the lawsuit is initiated against them. The other one is through a recall. There is a third way, but it's more action on their part, which is abandonment of office. So irrespective of how bad somebody is, and unless they consider to have abandoned their office, you get permission to sue in quo warranto from the Attorney General's office, or what I forget. Anyways,
or
recall. Well, or a recall is successful, irrespective of how bad they are, what rules they're violating. There is no way for the city council itself to ever remove one of its own members. We couldn't do what just happened to George Santos in Congress.
So this is the extent of what you can do, and a censure basically is like a vote of no confidence. And usually associated with that could mean the council removes all committee assignments. Yeah, so again, but it's, just laying out the process.
There's one more subject that you touched on, is the date of the rotation. Is that just because that's when votes typically get certified after elections, and that's why we do that specific date?
I think that's a question for Karen, probably.
Yeah, I think we just didn't want it to fall before that date because we couldn't guarantee the election would be certified, but I think we can certainly put some more general language in there around that date.
It's very prescriptive.
And I do want to add, and this is maybe another time for discussion, but like I am generally confused by why the rotation exists. I know it's like from a former thing, but I don't see it. And as somebody who is just about to finish a term being mayor, a year is actually kind of not really enough. Like you just get your footing, and then we're on to the next person. And so, I mean, I would maybe like to just hear more council discussion about that, not tonight. But it's an interesting process that we have. I've heard the story of why it exists. I don't necessarily agree with why it exists, so I would like to maybe hear more discussion about that another day. And I like the idea of giving everybody a chance, but like,
Could I ask a question? So my understanding is that the rotation happens, but if the other council members can contest, no?
No, yeah, you totally could. I mean, yeah, because we get to vote and decide,
Right.
who's what. But then that makes it awkward, because you're going out of it. So like if you
Well-
just change the protocol and say, the council gets to discuss and elect by merit who the mayor and vice mayor are.
You're making me very uncomfortable right now.
I'm not.
Like we're
I'm just
changing midstream.
Well, actually, the reason I bring it up is because, I was not supposed to be mayor in my term at all. Because of this rotation and the way that it worked, because people that have already done it were gonna get to do it before me, because, and so it makes me think, but what if, I never got to do it, but what if I was ready and I felt, so I don't know, it evokes questions in my mind of why it exists.
So as part of, because here's what I'm envisioning when we bring this back. You'll see it in red line, but I also want to create a chart. I'm going to have the topic, and I'm going to give list options. So we can do some additional research, see what other things exist. But again, yes, ultimately, it's a council decision on how you want to elect your mayor.
By no means am I saying I want to be mayor for another year. I'm not saying that, but yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to get to bang the gavel one last time here, you guys. Okay. Do you guys have enough from us to get started on this and bring it back? Beautiful. Okay. I think we will close this item now. It's oral and written communications. But you guys both already commented, so isn't that the new program? No. City appreciates public input. You know the drill. We can't take action on items not listed on the posted agenda pursuant to the Brown Act. You will have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and if I'm not able to speak before, at the beginning, at the end on different topics, that'll be disappointing, but I really do care about our town. I know all of you up there, all of you here, everybody cares about our town, and sometimes how we come across is because of, we're just wanting to see more than what is happening. And so I brought my sign, my Peace and Justice Center sign again today, because I really do think Arcata can do more to exhibit that we really are a peace-loving town that believes in justice, that believes in nonviolence, and wants and equity and inclusion and diversity, all those words and issues and concepts. I would love for us to just really have this umbrella of an ethic of who we are and what we're trying to do. And so that's why I keep bringing it up in hopes that somehow it can happen. I also, have written you an email specific to the unhoused and vulnerable people and some of the things I've experienced. And so if I come across really earnest and direct about some of this, it's because we're not doing enough fast enough, and cohesively enough. Another reason I braided my hair today was because of this whole concept of braiding things together to be stronger. So, when that comes to like the unhoused, I really would like to see a task force of individuals, residents, citizens of Arcata that are willing and wanting to work together and bring organizations, agencies, government people in, but these people are the task force to say, what can we do to make it better and safer and healthier and all for the people in need. Because I think I go around and I talk to people. So if you read my letter to the editor and what I was kind of demanding, it's because I talk to people and they're kind of disappointed. And I encourage you, if you ran for office, you went and talked to people before you were elected, so they would elect you, they would vote for you. Go back there and talk to them, and ask them how they're doing. Don't wait for them to email you. And I don't want to be the spokesperson for everybody, but I'm just sharing with you that we need to be better than we think we are. Thank you.
Good evening. Number of individual items. We spoke about inclusionary zoning last week. UC Davis has a database of 150 cities and counties. It's on arcata1.com. You can search for the area. You can search by percentage. There's over 100 cities and counties that have 15 or 20% actual low-income inclusionary zoning. And that's all on Arcata 1. The housing element specifies 20% low income in the gateway. That's what it specifies. So either we follow the housing element or we don't. But that's something to be discussed. The housing element also specifies in writing gradual rather than drastic changes for surrounding densities and types. That is not being followed in the gateway plan currently. Earlier this evening, we were told that the YouTube feed was not operating. I did some research on this a year ago. In my view, the proper procedure is actually to stop the meeting, because at that point, if people don't have access to the meeting, it's a closed meeting until the technical thing can be fixed. The completion date for the gateway plan is now shown as being sometime after September 2024. It hasn't been officially announced, but that's what's on the website, on the city's website. In 2006, the California Supreme Court ruled that colleges must pay surrounding communities for increased traffic and other costs from campus expansion. That's worth looking up. There's the original articles on arcata1.com and some other articles about the passing on the cost of the community being paid by the college. Lastly, as you put it, you all get along, it's great, and you're fair to the public, and that's great. But in making your protocols and looking at the rules, keep in mind that other councils may not be as fair as you to the public, and that a lot of these protocols are there for a reason, to protect the rights of the public to speak and be engaged. And I'm sure you'll do a good job, but thank you.
Fred, anybody online?
No public comment online.
Right. Council and staff reports.
Could I just ask a quick question? You indicated a couple meetings ago when Joanne had brought up the task force that might be able to, it seemed like it was something we could, how do we move this forward?
I think we would need to talk about that at an agenda setting, or goal setting would probably be the best place for it.
I think you're asking it for an agenda item, and if it would just take 3 out of the 5 of us to move it, or 3 of us here tonight to move it onto an agenda.
So I'm confused. I thought a council person could put that on the agenda in writing according to our current protocol rules?
I don't know what we're specifically talking about right now.
I mean, I think I understand you're referring to Joanne's comment about asking for a task force on homelessness.
Correct.
On homeless services. Our current protocol manual does allow any council member to place an item on an agenda, at the sort of next available agenda, based to the mayor's discretion in terms of, just agenda density.
Right.
We've also had a practice at this council of kind of getting a sense of, are there at least 2 other council members that would like to talk about that? If it's been brought up at council staff reports at the end of the meeting, to see if there isn't, typically this council hasn't put an item on the agenda if there wasn't. If this is the area that they decided to see,
right,
if that item should go on the agenda, and if there wasn't support, then it didn't, and if it was,
the reason I was
did.
Bringing it up is it seemed like you were supporting it, but she had asked me.
I was curious about that and the intersect of our housing and homelessness working group too. It's something that I brought up, but I think that is a agenda item to talk about. Yeah.
I wouldn't get too deep into the conversation tonight, but I'll talk to the mayor about it.
Thank you.
All right. And then we can start down here for Any council reports?
Oh, yeah, real quick, because I know everybody's really tired. REDAC, Redwood Regional Economic Development, I attended, and Elizabeth Connor did a presentation on land trusts. And it was, or housing trusts, excuse me, sorry, it's long night. And it was really exciting, and I would love for us to possibly put that on the agenda to bring her so that she could do that presentation. It wasn't very long, I think it was all of 10 minutes, but I think it's really informative, and yeah. And then the other thing is, I'll have more, I attend, I don't really have anything else to report out other than I will be attending a homeless housing working group, but it's going to be happening tomorrow, so I'll report on it for the next one. Thanks.
Meredith and I got to go to the Humble Sawmill Company biomass plant, and it was very informative and enlightening and interesting. So if you ever want to talk to me about it, let me know. And I will attend my last Cal Poly liaison meeting as mayor/vice mayor this upcoming Friday, I believe. More to come on that.
All right, I'd like to report out the exciting news that CUNA just received another grant. It's another grant, PG&E for outreach for care, medical baseline, et cetera, for $10,000, which is amazing. So congratulations, CUNA. You guys are doing amazing work. I'd like to remind the public that there is a menorah lighting on the plaza tomorrow. I'm really anticipating a beautiful and peaceful event. You know, one of the songs that we sing over Hanukkah, just put it out there, not by might and not by power, but by spirit alone will we all live in peace.
All right, so the Chamber and CUNA came together to bring Santa to Valley West, and there was ornament making and snacks and a great turnout. Chamber Mixer tomorrow, Thursday, at Redwood Capital Bank from 5:30 to 7. Arts Arcata has a special Season of Wonder and Light edition, which is this Friday, the 8th, from 4 to 8. Santa, the Snowflake Queen, dancers, and music will all be happening on the plaza. The Hotel Arcata will be doing cookies and hot chocolate. And Santa will be at the Creamery on the 15th from 3 to 6 for the craft fair. I am I'm the person from HCOG that sits on the State Regional Committee, CalCog, and I will be leaving in a few hours to travel to Riverside for, real soon, no, I'm not driving, to Riverside for that meeting. So if there's anything to report out, I will do that. And that's it.
Okay, we need to confirm. Oh, do you have something else to add? Sorry.
I just want to thank Mayor Schaefer. Good job.
Thanks, guys.
You're amazing.
We can talk all about it at the next one, because we're going to confirm a date of a future meeting, which is to schedule a meeting to elect a mayor and vice mayor for 4 p.m. on Thursday, December 14th, 2023 in the council chamber. That works for everybody. That